Oh, there it is. All right. So today we have a joint session of the Long Range Planning Committee and the Board of Directors. And we also have a number of our staff here as well. Go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:08. The only thing on our agenda today is our strategic planning workshop. So if I could just get a quick motion to adopt the agenda.
Motion to adopt the agenda.
Second.
All right. If there's no objections, we'll just move forward with approval by unanimous consent. So today is a big day and a big step in the planning of this community. The Long Range Planning Committee has spent the better part of the last year kind of preparing us and getting us to this point. And I thought it would be prudent and in discussions with the board and Long Range Planning individually, that this strategic planning session be a joint effort. That way we're getting good collaboration. We're getting lots of opinions and feedback and voices being heard. And we are able to create a clear and concise message and path forward to bring out to our community, to get further input from them, to then come back and make any additional changes we need off of feedback we receive from our community. And this is kind of an iterative process that kind of goes through that planning process, repetitively moving forward. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time here. You guys all hear me talk plenty at these meetings. And the goal of this meeting is to, for Glenn, and his task is to pull all of your voices out and start to get stuff on paper. And the main goals of this meeting are to, more or less get to know each other a little bit better. A lot of people don't necessarily know staff. So we'll have a little bit of icebreaker team building games. And then the main focus of the meeting will be discussing our core values of our community and taking a look at our current mission and vision statements and going through them and discussing any needed changes we think are relevant to those. And we'll kind of package all that up after this meeting, and it'll obviously carry forward into the next meeting. This meeting has a very important part in kind of creating that overall aspect that all the rest of the planning process kind of funnels down from. If our goals and stuff aren't geared towards our mission and our vision, then, we're not really following our planning process. And so with that said, I just want to thank everyone for taking their time today, and the community as well, for those of you that are participating on YouTube right now or will be participating, when you have time to watch it built into your own schedule. And so at this point, I think I'm just going to pass it over to Glenn. He's going to be our facilitator for this meeting. There's no formal motions or anything like that coming out of this meeting. It's going to be an open discussion meeting that Glenn will be kind of running. And yeah, so I'll turn it over to him, and he's got some stuff to say before we get into it. Thank you,
Okay.
Glenn.
Thank you, AJ. So couple things as the GM, and then I'll move into being the facilitator. So first of all, I want to compliment the Long Range Planning Committee and all of the folks who put together the documents. They're fabulously done. They're professional. They're really going to help the process. So great work there. Thumbs up to everybody. So strategic planning is a the best way to do it is a collaborative process, which is spelled out in the documentation. The one thing to remember is it's not always a quick process because it is collaborative. And but if it's done well, and we're off to a great start already just with the documents, it can be incredibly meaningful. I think it's important we keep realistic timelines, and we be prepared to run down those rabbit holes, both today, future sessions, and throughout the process, to make sure we get the document and the plan that we're looking for. I don't have to tell you, but this community is incredibly passionate about a lot of things. And I think this planning process can actually get us passionate all together in the same direction. And that, think about the power that will bring to the community. I also wanted to highlight that the association plays a lot of roles, and there's two major ones that are conflicting. One, we are the regulator, and two, we also provide customer service. And so those are challenges certainly for the staff, but they're also for you as a board, all the committees, and the community. So as we're going through this process, keep in mind how are we going to balance those two contradicting processes. I think something I wanted to say before I move into the facilitation thing is that you also have a very passionate staff in place right now. They're passionate about serving, they're passionate about doing a great job. And so, we're working hard to clear all of the pathways, but this strategic planning process is incredibly important to staff as well. And want to make sure everyone understands that this will really help us as staff do a great job for you in both those roles. I think with that, I will move to the facilitator's role. So I'll run the meeting. My main focus today is to keep the meeting moving so we can get everything done we need to. Support the team and push a little bit and pull a little bit when we get stuck, if we do. Get agreement built on consensus. We've got a lot of folks, we're not going to agree on every detail, but if we can move forward on consensus. Remember, nothing is forever. Everything we agree on today is just a draft. We're just getting started. So keep in mind, we can always come back and revisit as we move forward. My job's also to make sure everyone's heard, everyone gets their say so. And then I'm playing that dual role of GM and facilitator. I'm comfortable in it. I will mostly be the facilitator. When asked, I will pull out to be the interim GM and give the technical. But you've got a really good leadership team here today that I expect to step in and fill most of that role. So just to set the purpose of our meeting, we've done a great job documenting, but I want to kind of put it in just a short point. It's to create the foundation. Today's starting the foundation of the strategic planning process. And the effort is to create a vibrant future for Sudden Valley. And I think we're all in agreement that's what we want. So couple of quick ground rules. I don't ever put a lot of them on there, but I want to make sure we have a few because we have so many of us. And most of them go without saying, but I'm going to say them anyway. Number one is to be respectful. We're all going to have different opinions, and different opinions are going to make this magic happen. Enjoy the process. It is a process. Enjoy it. The folks that you're looking at on the screen are your teammates in this process. And so enjoy them and enjoy the process. Participate. What you get in is what you put in is what you get out. Focus on solutions in the future. That's what we're here for. I mean, that's this exciting part of this is we get to focus on a future that we as a group, along with the community, get to create. And then everyone collaborate. This is a collaborative process. We're going to build on things that other people say. Feel free to do that as we move forward. So a couple of logistics on Zoom. Having done a number of these, you have a lot of tools at your disposal. Feel free to use them all. So I'll highlight a couple. You have the chat. Some people are already using it. Feel free to use the chat. In the first icebreaker, I'm going to ask you to do that. It's a great tool that you don't always get. So what I say is, in a meeting that we were in, if this was live, we wouldn't want a lot of talking in the background. It's now we're on Zoom, we have it. You can talk in the background. Please do. We're streaming it. All of those, we'll capture all of those ideas. The staff, particularly Rachel, is going to keep an eye on it to make sure I get back to any questions that you put up there. So it just captures everything so we don't forget it. Also, you'll see on the bottom right, there's reactions. Feel free to use those. If you want to raise your hand and I'm not getting to you and I'm watching all your pictures and some of you aren't on, but that's okay. As long as you raise your hand, I'll get to you. But use those. They're fun, but they're also meaningful. So thank you, Sonia. All right. So I factored in delay as always. So we're doing fine time-wise. I do want to make sure, as kind of the first icebreaker thing is, I'd like everybody to introduce themselves. Of course, most of us know each other, but some of the public who may view may not. So name, your position, board member or whatever, and then give me 3 words that describe Sudden Valley for you. No more than 3. You can do less if you want, but no more than 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead on this one and just start with the people, because I've got a certain order that I can see you in, and I'll just do it that way so we make sure everyone's covered. And then, like I said, real quick, and then we'll get into a couple of other quick fun things. So let's start with Justin Bauer.
Good morning. Justin Bauer, brand new member of the Board of Directors. And 3 words for Sudden Valley, I would say beautiful, community, and recreational.
All right, thank you. How about Joshua Bowens?
Good morning. My name is Joshua Bowens. I'm the vice president on the board of directors. It's kind of tough to narrow this down to just a couple words, but I would say natural, evolving, and I can't make a decision on the last word, so I'm going to stick with 2 words.
All right. Richard Johnson.
Good morning. This is my first meeting of its kind. I am now a member of the Long Range Planning Committee, I believe. And 3 words. One has already been said: community, trees, birds.
All right. About Brian Krulak.
My name is Brian Krulak. I am the Director of Golf at Sudden Valley. My 3 words would be home, family, and recreation.
Right. Sonia?
So, yeah, kind of getting into that repetition. It's hyphenated, maybe. Natural environment, community, and home. I agree.
What's your
position? I am a member of the Long Range Planning Committee, and as a member of the Long Range Planning Committee, I'm also part of the Planning Task Force, which is kind of the oversees the calendar for long range planning. So, hi.
All right, thank you. Andrew. Not AJ, Andrew.
Good morning, Andrew Anturkin. I serve on your board of directors, and I would echo home as the word of choice.
All right. Let's go with Joel. Joel Heberling. I mean, we got a couple Joels though.
I'm Joel Heberling. I'm the accounting manager out here, and I would say, well, definitely beautiful, and it's very committed out here, and a really good group of passionate people, I would say as well.
Steffi?
Hi, I'm Steffi Jones. I serve on the board of directors as the secretary. My 3 words I'm going to turn into a sentence, and I'm going to say it's our beautiful community.
All right. Adam.
Good morning. My name is Adam Tullis. I serve on the Long Range Planning Committee and also the Parks and Recreation and Trails Committee. And I am also, I guess, the closest thing we have to a liaison between the Whatcom Disc Golf Club and Sutton Valley Community Association. So, and if I were to pick 3 words, the recreation, outdoors, and I'm going to hyphenate the heck out of this one, summer camp life. Because that's what, when we first moved out here, that's what my wife described living out here was it's like we're living in summer camp forever. It's great.
Somebody always finds a way to stretch the rules, which is okay in this process. AJ.
Hi, I'm AJ Tischletter. I'm the president of the board, and I'm also on the Long Range Planning Committee as well, and was the chair last year. My words to describe Sutton Valley would be outdoor recreation and home. That's all I
All right. Kimberly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim Harris. Kimberly is when I'm in trouble, Glenn. So even though
Oh, sorry.
you can call me Kim.
Okay.
I serve as the treasurer on the board of directors, and my entry into Sutton Valley was the Long Range Planning Committee. So hi to all the Long Range Planning Committee folks. My 3 words are about Sutton Valley are quiet, peaceful, and neighborly.
All right. Michael.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael DeVolio. I'm a professional planner and I'm a member of the Long Range Planning Committee. And my 3 words would be community, environment, and history.
Right. Let's see. Joel Dobbins.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm a board director as of last November. My 3 words would be kind of multiple meanings here, but beautiful, wild, and underestimated.
Nice. Jacob.
Good morning, all. My name is Jacob Close, interim operations manager for Sutton Valley. And if I have to describe Sutton Valley, I would say it's nature's back door. Or you're at nature's back door, rather, whatever.
Nice. Lariva.
It's Lori.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't know how to change it. So.
We'll get that changed for you.
Okay. I'm new to the Long Range Planning Committee and new. And my 3 words would be dears, safe, and fun neighbors.
All Linda.
Hi, my name's Linda Bradley. I'm the chair of NNE this year. Done it a lot in the past. I would have to say that my 3 words are beautiful, home, and challenging. As the chair of NNE, I would also add political.
How about Stephen?
Hi, I'm Steve Aretti. I'm an emeritus professor of physics, retired from University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, and we moved out here summer of 2018. I'm a new member of the Long Range Planning Committee, so I'm happy to help. I guess this is our, my wife and I are, to us, this is our dream community. It's a beautiful place, so we're enthralled with living here. Okay.
Excellent. Sam.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sam Bernhardt. I'm the new rec manager for Sudden Valley. For my 3 words, I wrote welcoming, beautiful, and opportunity.
Let's see. How about Oryx?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oryx. I get asked a lot when I answer the phone to spell that. It's ORYX. I am an administrative specialist. I am the assistant to the general manager, which right now is Glenn, so I'm learning a lot from him. And I'm also the liaison for the board, and that role just keeps shifting and expanding. 3 words to describe Sudden Valley. There are a lot of people who are very passionate here. There is a lot of opportunity, as Sam said, and I see a lot of good teamwork going into capitalizing on some of those opportunities.
Thank you. Scott.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Scott Eubank, 5-year resident, my wife and I. I've been on the long range planning committee for going on 3 years now. So I've seen that evolve. And my 3 words are unique, fragile, and harmony.
Nice. Rachel?
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm the HR manager. I'm fairly new to Sudden Valley. But to me, it's community and service and family.
Richard.
Good morning. Buenos dias. Hola, miembros de la comunidad. My name is Richard. He, him, his pronouns. I'm in the long range planning community. My 3 words were beautiful, recreational, and outdated.
Okay. I think you're the last one, Brian. Cope.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I am Brian Cope, and I am a board member as of October, and I've been on the Long Range Planning Committee. This is my 2nd year. I'm actually chairing the Long Range Planning Committee this year, and I would say lovely forest community.
All right. So I guess I'll go last, since I should say I'm Glenn Akromoff. I'm the interim general manager. I've been here, my 7th week started today. So it's been a great journey. I would echo community, passionate, and opportunity. I know they've all been said, but I think they resonate for me. So, okay. So thank you, everybody. That gets everybody's voice heard to start with, and thank you for sharing what Sudden Valley means to you. So I have 2 more quick kind of icebreakers. I'm going to go with the one that's kind of personal. What I'm going to ask you to do is in your binder, there's 5 separators. On the first one, on the separator itself, I'd like you to write I'm going to have you write some personal goals for this process. And the reason I'm having you write them in there is because I want you to remember them and check back with them and see how you're doing. So there'll be 4 goals for the process, or 2 is for the process. So write yourself 2 goals that you have for this strategic planning process.
Where did you say to write that?
Okay, so when you're in your binder, you have the first tab. You have this tab, these tabs. You'll have one that says number 1, write it right in there.
Okay.
And give me a thumbs up when you're done with that.
What were the second 2 goals? Sorry, I started writing and stopped listening.
I haven't given them to you yet.
Slow down, AJ.
I think you got to remind him of that regularly.
I'm used to being the one who has to talk all the time at these meetings. So
yeah.
And brain's racing a bit.
Okay, I think I got most of the thumbs up from everyone. So the second set is, what are 2 goals for yourself during this process? All right. I think I've mostly seen thumbs up. So anybody need more time? Okay. Okay, so the third one is supposed to be a little more fun. So we'll see what happens. So on those goals, keep those front and center and keep reminding yourselves, and you can always add and edit them as you go. But it's good for us to all know what we want to get out of the process. So the third one is called On the Brighter Side. And we certainly have been focused on the other side of that recently here because of, it's a transitional time and that's what happens. So what I'm going to do as an example is you may say it's a rainy, miserable day. And then the idea is that the rest of us come up with what we can come up with on the brighter side, looking at the positive of that. So the idea is we throw out one that's not on the brighter side, and then everyone responds to come up with the brighter side idea. Use the idea, we're going to try one, and then we're going to do a couple of these just to have a little fun with it. So use the chat as well on this. So the idea is that you, I'm okay if you step on each other a little bit on this. So this is might get a little crazy, and that's okay. So I'm going to ask someone to volunteer to put something out there that we have voiced regularly that's a little less than positive, and then we'll and then start jumping in. Go ahead, Scott.
This is a long ass time commitment today.
Okay, hop in there. What's a positive outlook at that?
That's right.
We're going to get some amazing things done.
All right.
We're going to show.
Are we doing this in the chat or are we talking out loud?
You're doing both. Just let it rip.
I think
doing both. Whatever.
For me, I'm sorry. Dang it. I was just going to say, this is the first opportunity that I know of where we have brought every aspect of the association together. It's a tremendous opportunity, and it's definitely worth the time commitment because we have the board, we've got staff, we've got management, and we have the Long Range Planning Committee, and we've got the community. I don't know that we've had this opportunity before.
All right.
I would say that I'm glad that I'm spending my Sunday with all of you guys because you guys are great. And I sincerely mean that.
All right. Any others? We got a bunch going on the.
Yes.
I would just say,
Richard Johnson, I would second everything Sonia said. And another bright aspect of what she said is the pandemic has actually probably increased our community participation in developing its own future.
I would
Thanks.
throw out there
Thanks.
that we have an opportunity to show the community a transparent, sustainable, and member-driven planning process.
All right. Anyone else?
I'm reading.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
I'm reading. I was reading the chat. I'm having a hard time figuring out if yard work, Brian, is a positive or a negative. Are we going back to the negative? Brian, cool, yeah.
It's a positive. I need to get some work done out there. I've been remiss.
Okay. Brian said in the chat, everyone, enough daylight to get yard work done after the meeting.
It's sick, I know.
All right, let's throw number 2 out there. Does someone have another one they want to put out there?
Constantly complaining about issues.
Okay.
Ample opportunity to provide better experiences to our community members.
All right.
Feedback gives us opportunity for improvement.
Yeah.
The Long Range Planning Committee survey elicited that information, and we're going to be using that to make community-based decisions.
Any others? I like the Sam chance to practice not taking things personally. Absolutely.
It also plays into when you talk about passionate, because the complaining is really because people care. we have a very, very engaged community, and it reflects in the way our voting numbers have increased dramatically in the last couple of years. A lot of this feedback, it may sound negative just because there hasn't been a good channel for it. And that's the thing. We have to make people feel heard and give them an outlet for that, so that starts to sound like more constructive criticism as opposed to complaining. But people sound that way when they don't feel heard. But the reality is they're not apathetic. They haven't given up, and they're incredibly passionate. It doesn't matter where you stand on any subject. They're doing it because they care about their community. So yeah, it just verifies how passionate and how much everybody loves Sudden Valley.
Information is really powerful.
Absolutely. Anyone else?
I just want to highlight something Orc said in the chat. I think, and she said it in regards to staff, but I think it's applicable for the board and committees as well. But this process will help everyone learn and understand the various roles that everyone takes in our community. And I think, you know, to some extent, there's confusion in that regard.
All right. Let's try one more. Someone throw out a.
I got one.
All right, go.
Why are you guys even doing this? We've already tried all this before. No one's going to approve of it.
Nice.
Okay. Well, then I would direct you to a quote from Thomas Edison. No, I would respond that you have to keep trying in order to be successful. You're successful once, and you have to fail many times to get there. So we're going to keep trying.
Well, and again, it goes back to we have this is a little different. It's not necessarily that each component is coming at it, like from a different perspective or anything, but this is the first time that we're actually collaborating and trying to build consensus and buy-in from everywhere. The community members, the board, the committees, the management and staff, because each of those, if you don't have buy-in and participation from them, you can't implement a plan. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So this is a different process. So it's failed in the past. The Long Range Planning Committee spent a lot of time last year looking at why these plans weren't getting off the ground, and it was because they couldn't implement them. The reason they couldn't implement them were varied. Partially, the board didn't have support from the community. There was a lack of trust. There's all those elements there. And then the other aspect is they weren't bringing in all of these other pieces. They were just kind of delivering what they determined, everybody wanted. And you don't have buy-in that way. We also don't know if it's achievable without input from management and staff and the other stakeholders. We have to put out a plan that's actually achievable for the community. So this is a little bit different. This process does kind of change it. It hasn't worked in the past, but we made a lot of effort to look back at why it didn't work in the past, to try to come up with a process that will work for everybody. It will be fair to everybody. So that it it is an HOA. We're not all going to get our way of what we want. But the thing is that it needs to be a process that hears everybody, respects everybody, and that no one special interest group or one individual controls the outcome. It is community driven, and it's in the best interest not only of the community members, but of the association, because the association still has certain obligations to the community that they have to meet too. So there you go.
Brian Cope, saw you had your hand up.
I think Mike had his hand up before me, so
Okay.
I'm gonna defer to Mike.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one of my 3 words at the beginning was history. And the reason that I use that word is because I think we need to have a clear understanding of where we came from in order to chart a path to the future. Now, having said that, I will also say that I think with the new board and with the new attitudes that I've been seeing is that we are entering a new age in Sudden Valley. And I am not at all worried or pessimistic about our future. I think we have an amazing group of people here to help chart the future, and I'm just happy to be part of it.
All right. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'll just echo Mike. I think that we're evolving into a democracy, and I think that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I've felt over the past few years that I've been on the long range planning committee that there really is, especially last year, there's really an effort been put to looking at the failures of the past and why the stuff didn't work, and learning, that whole idea, again, echoing what Mike said and some of what Sonia and Brian said, but they always say if you don't learn from your history, or you're gonna fail again, and it doesn't mean necessarily let's not try the same thing again or something, but just take a look at how it was done and why it failed. And I can attribute some other successes with quite a bit of stuff in my life with that working, and it's the best way to roll.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. So let's good stuff. Let's move to get into start some of our work today and talk a little bit about why strategic planning. So for me, as I'm looking at it, you've already mentioned a lot of this stuff, but it defines the culture that we're going to live in. It allows us to focus on what we feel is important, and it helps everyone be involved in the process from start to finish, and then commit to what the future is going to be. What it really helps from everyone's perspective is it helps you focus on what is super important to you and what you want to do, and also what you don't want to do, because there are things that you get in a habit of doing that sometimes maybe they're not productive, or maybe they just aren't as meaningful anymore. A couple things to me is if you try to do it all, you don't do any of it well. And then if you try to please everyone, you please no one. And a process like this allows us to be able to answer those questions in a meaningful way and hear everybody on the front end, so that when we jump into actually implementing this, that everyone's included. It also sets Sudden Valley's expectations. So when new staff, new community members, new board members come on, they know what's expected of them. They know what's coming. They know what we're working on. I wanted to show the diagram. Let me find it. Let me share this. Okay. Everyone see that? I know this is it's a diagram that you can use for a sieve for gravel and for materials and everything, but it really tells the story of what a strategic planning process is about. You put in your raw input, the raw data that you have. I wouldn't say everything's bad that you leave out, but you leave it out for a reason. And then ultimately you see there's one arrow. We're all going in one direction. And we all narrowed in on exactly who we are and what we want to be. And again, that really helps us understand. And I've always I've used this one before when I'm talking about strategic planning, because I really think it sells home what we're trying to do in the end. And and I think that when you look at all of the stuff that was in the guidebook, it really reflects that this is what we're trying to do. So what I wanted to do in this first section to set us up for success in the other sections is to get to answer some of these questions that I've listed, that I don't know if I listed them. I think I listed them in the agenda. And kind of get us started on where we want to focus, what we want to do, how we want to do it. So the first one, which sounds simple, but really isn't, is what do we want, or why does Sudden Valley exist? Again, use verbally or in the chat, either one, whatever you're comfortable with, but why do we exist?
Will this chat be saved so that we can have access to this afterwards?
Yes, and we will also do, I will put a bunch of notes together of it all too.
Okay.
Yep.
In the most simplest of terms, Sudden Valley started in as a homestead. It was a farm, and was, you know, and then when we started to plat for houses, I mean, what do you mean by, I guess I'm so literal, Glenn, I'm asking for.
Sure. Well, I think, why does Sudden Valley, the association exist? That's the strategic planning process we're doing. So why do we even need to be here?
It's my understanding that Sudden Valley exists because when it was platted, there was an agreement made with the county that they would take care of the roads as opposed to having all of the county's standards being met for the roadways. And that's not quite sure how much of that's true, but I know that a lot of why we're here is because that was the way the community was platted. This was setting up its own sort of self-governance that's not a city or anything, but people pay in and you take care of it. It was probably set up with a little bit different ideas in mind than how we are today, just given looking at the different types of architecture around and the different, you know, if you pick a value or, you know, pieces of history from the past, just the values that were in the community then versus now. You know, then it was a little bit more of a, you know, I guess summer camp. And now it's very much, you know, I think full-time bedroom community.
Wasn't it a lot of it a retirement community originally of a lot of cabins and people from Alaska and Canada coming down and having summer homes here?
Recreation community.
Right, for recreation purposes, and from that evolved into an HOA from there. I may be wrong, but that's what I've always been told.
I think that's accurate, Lori. I mean, to some degree, if I can, let me take a stab at kind of wrapping all this together, the responses I've heard, which I think are all accurate, and kind of start with the historical perspective, you know, back to, I think that was a very, well, just a good keynote word to begin this exercise today. But basically, Sudden Valley's a settlement that began small and got bigger, 7,000 folks today. And it exists because, frankly, nobody else will have us. You know, our origins were, you know, done with basically striking a deal with the county. The county doesn't want to annex or really take on the responsibilities of Sudden Valley. Bellingham wants no part of it. So, you know, we're a settlement by circumstance, and that presents a lot of opportunity. But I think the point I guess I would like to begin with is that there's a certain amount of independence that the place began with and that we still have by necessity. So in my own judgment, after 5 years here, Sudden Valley needs to behave like a small city, which is what it is. And I'll just stop there. So.
Something that I've learned since beginning this process, for me at least, the original Articles of Incorporation named this as a club. And I was unaware of that. So what everyone has said about recreation and some privacy around a location and a group of people, that must be the origin thinking in this process.
I think the original developer, Sandwick, originally Sudden Valley, it's recreational, a lot of vacation homes for a lot of people that were Canadian or out of the area. But it was like the idea was an undevelopment. If you look at a lot of the parks and stuff, they use the trees they cut down. Treehouse Park is a beautiful example of some of the stuff they used to build in here to keep it as natural as possible. And actually with our density reduction, even though it's cost us, it's stuck with that we still have preserved a lot of the natural beauty that we all enjoy and love. You know, some of our trails, unfortunately, there's miles of them, and we have lots of work to maintain them for the community, because that's kind of why a lot of people move out here, is for that beauty. But it is a challenge, and in this day and age, it costs money to maintain all that. But we've sort of managed to maintain the original intent of the development.
I think some of kind of what all this wraps around to, you know, in general, you know, kind of piggybacking off what Scott was kind of collectively bringing all that together, is like Sun Valley and HOAs in general are there to enhance the lives of, you know, the people that live in them and their properties. And that's kind of the general, you know, sense. And Sun Valley is, you know, in particular, as its roots are founded in a recreational subdivision, you know, that was, you know, for weekend, mostly summertime use. You know, we have expanded tremendously in a community as of what we're, you know, what we need to accomplish to meet the needs of everybody's properties in the community and enhance, you know, all of the lots, you know, lives through the process.
Anyone else?
Well, it was pretty obviously started as well for people hoping to make money. There's the combined, I mean, there was an exchange there. People wanted a resort place to stay, and other people wanted to manage that place and generate revenue. So I think the people founding it had an audience. They had people who wanted to move here and develop that.
It's also more affordable, and it always has been more affordable than like Bellingham. And we've been fortunate enough to get families out here with children, and it's evolved from a recreational summer homes into year-round homes with a bunch of really great people with families, and it's come together as a real community.
Well, and expanding on your point about it being more affordable, that's actually the intent of why HOAs became popular, is because it allowed people that, you know, couldn't have pools in their backyards and their own personal gyms, etc. It allowed them to be able to kind of pool their resources and have those community opportunities. And again, that goes back to what AJ was saying, which is it's designed to enhance our lives. It should not detract from them. And that's what we want to get back to. And I think we're kind of all we all recognize the fact that it is still a recreation community. That's why a lot of people move out. They love nature, whether it's walking the trails or actually, you know, being more active. But it generally, there's some aspect of recreation involved in their reasoning of why they come out to Sudden Valley too, in some way.
Okay.
I'm
Anyone
trying,
else?
yeah,
Go ahead,
just an observation. I'm trying to imagine what this piece of land was in 1973 compared to today. It had, in my mind, it had to be very rural. And a lot of the building for family purposes and residences has had to have been more contemporary than it was originally designed to be. Just an observation.
Okay. So let's move to the second question is, what do we do well right now? Got to do something.
Snow removal.
There you go.
If I can mention one thing, not so much that we do well now, but we probably need to think about is, it occurs to me that in just a couple of years, we'll be celebrating our 50th anniversary. We need to do that well.
I like to say that we organize well as a result of community members not feeling heard. From past boards, I feel like lately the community has awakened and has been able to organize to get their voices heard. That's what I feel like we've been doing well recently.
One of the words that I used in our ice-breaking activity was harmony. And I didn't necessarily mean that as across, all the community composition. What I did mean is I think there's a remarkable harmony with nature here. I think there's a shared sensitivity. I think a shared respect. And honestly, with over 7,000 people living amongst the fragile environment that we do, every day I'm amazed with that balance. I think we've been very successful doing that.
I think that's awesome, Scott. I mean, we're not to the point yet, but when we get to our mission and vision, I personally would like to see our connection with nature more involved in that, the mission and vision. I know we mention it and like the logo says Sun Valley naturally, but I think the community does do a great job of upholding our surroundings. And also right now, after a lot of these changes that we've had, as a member, not as a board director, but I've felt great response from staff, and the customer service is getting up there really well, and I really appreciate that.
Okay. Anybody else? We've got some really good ones in the chat as well, and 50th anniversary. So that would be 2023, correct?
But you plan for it now.
That's what I mean. We got to start like yesterday.
Need a committee going.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that's a great catch. Okay. So that's always the harder one. So what are we not doing well right now?
One thing I think we've always done a decent job at engaging or attempting to engage the membership, but listening and collaborating with them, I think, is something that, got me involved.
I think everything's improving. We're on an upward slant. Staff is spectacular. Everybody, like you mentioned, everybody is very passionate. They care about the community, and we're working together. The things that we don't do well, I think that a lot of them we've recognized, maybe not. I don't know. I think we have recognized them, and we're trying to correct them now. I'm sorry, because I don't mean to hog the time, but and I don't want to get way off on this. The one thing that we don't do that right now I can recognize that we don't do well is that we don't have a good relationship between golf and the community. And that's going to have to be addressed, not today, but we will have to address that, because we just need to change that relationship. Golf's not going to disappear. So we need to look at that of how we can change that relationship between golf and the community. It shouldn't be adversarial, and it needs to be more positive. I think that's the thing we don't do well. Is that.
Yeah, I certainly agree, Sonia, and I would love for this to be a first step in us kind of healing as a community and getting more unified, for sure.
And then also, if I could build on what they said, both of them, Brian and Sonia, our reputation is extremely poor outside of our community too. When I was looking in Sudden Valley, people were like, you don't want to live there. I mean, my realtor was atrocious. He took me to Ferndale to a driveway like this, where you would have to walk along steps, and said it was better than Sudden Valley, way better than even living there. And I drove around and was like, it is gorgeous here. I want to live here. I found a different realtor. I was like, I need a realtor that will listen to me, and this is where I want to live. And the rest of the community needs to see what new eyes see coming into this, that there's no reason that we are the #1 neighborhood other than just, all the things. We've already taken the steps to clean up our problems. And so I just feel like we are on our way there. So.
Yeah. If I can add to what Steffi just said, if we were having this conversation a year ago, the list of what we're not doing well would be much more extensive. And I think we've come a long way. Yes, we still need to improve on several fronts, but I think that the public confidence in our leadership is extensively better than it was. I think the community's interactions with the staff is much more positive than they've been in the past. I think we've come a long way. Yes, there are things we still need to do. Sonia mentioned the golf course. I agree with that. But I think we've got a good solid base to start from.
I think. I was just gonna go ahead, Linda.
I wanted to say, way back when Sandwick first developed Sudden Valley, and I think we've all seen the link, there was a really nice video made for everybody. And I know we have some very talented people on the board, and maybe it's time we start showing our pools and stuff that they are still this way. Way long ago they did that, and I think maybe it's time we do that. And it's something nobody's taken the time to do, is to really do something. A couple of years ago, let's face it, there was a former general manager and the Bellingham Herald who helped spread an awful lot of really unpleasant information about the valley, how we're falling apart, and nobody's put anything out there since then. It's only been negative, and I think it's time to do something positive.
AJ?
I would just jump in and kind of piggybacking off the reputation and everything, and kind of going through this transitional period. I've talked to quite a few people in the HOE industry or everything, and we do have a reputation You know, and so that's something that I think, you know, I think everybody that lives here agrees they moved here because they, you know, love it here. They just see the things. There's just a number of people who, you know, look at the community and see political stuff, or just the you know, not everyone wants to live in Forest either, you know, and stuff like that. But like our reputation, both, you know, across the country in the HOA industry and in our greater community, with Bellingham and Whatcom County, are something I think, yeah, we have struggled with over the last number of years. And it is definitely something that I, you know, wanted to try to change when I ran for the board.
Joel?
This might be a controversial thing, but I know a lot of people who would like to see the association be more considerate of everyone who isn't fully able-bodied and who doesn't have the free time to handle the challenges of living here. It is very affordable, and that attracts people who have run into difficult times for one reason or another, whether they're older or they're living with a disability or whatever. It would be great to know that some amount of the money that goes to our dues is doing a kindness to those people. I've heard from both sides, both people who are able to manage that stuff well and want to be able to reach out to others or want their money to do that. And I've heard from other people who just see branches pile up in their yard and they know that's a fire hazard and they're just not able to get out and really handle it well, just because of whatever situation they're in. So it'd be cool I know we've done a good example of us doing that well is with the way we've had Clean Green recently be free for people to bring all their stuff. But I know for some people, it would be great for them to be able to reach out and say, the best I can do is get it to edge of my driveway. And I don't know how we figure out who qualifies and doesn't, but it would just be great to be known as a community that considers those people and responds when there's a need in an official way.
All right. Sam? You had your hand up?
Yeah, I just have it's not really a negative, but I wonder what brings us together as a community that we can hang our hat on, that no matter what, where you come from or what you believe in, we as a community, we can all agree on.
Okay. I'm going to step out of my role as the facilitator, because I have two as the GM. One is clarifying our processes for the members to use our services. I think that's one big one right now. And then the second one that goes kind of piggybacking on the folks that are talking about reputation is we have not, I think this starts with the board, but also the staff, is being more regionally engaged in all the processes that are going on around us. I know the last board meeting we had the board had a great conversation about being involved and being represented. And I think we can be proactive about that, more proactive than we have been. So those are the two that I would add to the list. As the interim GM, and I'll step back into facilitator, is there anyone else who has anything else?
I'd just love to reiterate your clarifying the process thing. I think something I've heard a number of community members talk about is like a budget process and a budget that, like, you know, just shows people what they're getting better. You know, it's like you can expect to receive these services, you know, for this money, and highlighting the values that people are getting, you know, for the money that they're expending. Sorry, Josh.
Oh, no, it's fine. So I think this is changing. Well, I know it's changing, but a negative from the past would be the board not really explaining things. I wouldn't say properly, but in a way that most community members could understand. And Ann Cope, who's on communications, pointed this out, that AJ's done a really good job with explaining to the community on what some of these decisions mean. And I think that's super helpful in moving forward. And, you know, to touch on golf, I think golf is, I think it gets the, you know, the beat down because there's so much other things that the board has done in the past that wasn't really listening to the community in ways. And, you know, I think people like look for ways to, I don't know what the word would be, but like golf is the redheaded stepchild, sorry, AJ, of Sudden Valley, you know, and it gets the whipping. But I think the more that the board communicates with the community and we look at our finances appropriately and we make decisions that are community minded, I think a lot of those issues are going to dissipate in the long run. At least I'm hopeful for that.
Well, in addressing that, there's also there's an education piece because a lot of people don't quite understand. One thing we saw in the survey, right, is that some people, the options that we intentionally put in that survey were options that were doable, and they're the ones that we hear a lot. We intentionally didn't put in get rid of the golf course because you can't just sell the golf course. You know, that's why we didn't put that in there, sell the golf course. You can't sell the golf course. It's in the restricted covenants. So there's an educational aspect to some of this too, where members don't necessarily know what's viable, what's not viable as a member of Sudden Valley. So I think those are the things, that's something that we're kind of missing, right? We've got to, just like what Glenn was saying, it's hard to find this information. It's difficult for the community members to find it in one place. And so we got to get a little bit better about collating all that material and conveying it to everybody. I think a lot of this would settle down if people could understand this is what we can do, this is what we can't do. How do we work within that and move forward from there?
And I also think, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are you done?
I just wanted to touch on Linda's point real quick. Linda, we've talked about doing some videos and I have some ideas because I want to highlight the trails. As far as, you know, showing the pools and stuff like that, that would be awesome once we get out of this pandemic thing that we're in right now. But I could see, you know, almost like a collaboration of utilizing some of the golf's commercials with more community minded stuff in there as well. I know it touches on that sometimes, but you know, there's a wide range of things that we can do with that. And I'm definitely down to participate.
Lori?
I was also going to say to the board that I think the community appreciates at the board meetings when they have a question that it's answered during the board meeting and not just put aside till later. Everybody feel that they are included.
Did we lose Lori? We might have. Well, we'll go back to her. Kim, you had your hand up too.
We're still on what do we do poorly. I would like to add bringing the community together. I have lots of ideas of things that we can do to bring the community together for fun things. And I don't think we've done that. Maybe it's because when people move out here, they just want to be left alone and do their own thing on the trails. But as an extrovert, I envision having events. And, you know, like a couple of years ago, there was the Bite of Sudden Valley, and it was really small, but it was a first time event. And, you know, having something like, you know, a Sudden Valley Fair or something where we were bringing people together, and building community. And I know we can't do that until COVID is over, but it's been my experience that there hasn't been anything, events to bring people together in a positive way.
We used
A
to
little
do
bit,
things.
Kim. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brian. I'll go after you.
I'm sorry, Linda. I was just going to say that we, maybe Linda was going to chime in with this too, is that we used to do stuff like that way back in the day. We had some really cool events, not only for community members, but also that encouraged people from outside the community to come to Sudden Valley and kind of experience Sudden Valley in a much more positive light. We used to do Sudden Valley Days. That was a weekend in the summer where we had, you know, kind of a festival type thing. We had softball tournament, antique car shows, hot air balloon rides, that kind of thing that was great for the community members themselves, but also was a really good in terms of trying to project a little better, more positive image of Sudden Valley. So it was really cool to bring people from outside of Sudden Valley to Sudden Valley and see what a great spot it is.
I'm going to kind of stick with members. We used to do for a while, on I think communications did a lot of this. We used to have like a quarterly potluck, and you would get the names of the new owners that lived out here, invite them, and then just like a lot of us board members came, you'd bring a dish, sit around, get to know people, and just make an effort to touch base with them. I think the more opportunities we have and we offer, and I know with COVID, it's a real challenge, that we get information out there to people. Like when we have our meetings, so many times, you know, we need to make sure that we, you know, have evenings and stuff and weekends. Another thing, a lot of families that are out here, we never furnish childcare. So these people can come to these meetings and have their children supervised while they actually come to our meetings. That's always kind of been a challenge, but it's something we've never addressed.
All right, so we had 2 more questions left, but I think we need to take a break, and this has got the energy focused on our next section, which is values. So we're at 11:25. I was figuring a quick 10-minute break for everybody. So let's come back at 11:35. Does that work for everyone?
Yep.
All right.
Do we need to sign off or just?
No, stay on.
Okay.
Stay on. Just turn your camera and video off. Voice off.
Glenn, we need to get you 2 little caps for the next meeting where, you know, you put the facilitator cap on, then you take it off and you put your GM cap on so we know who's talking.
Yeah. There you go. I try to make sure you know, but
Yeah,
that's a good
you do.
point.
You're doing a good job. It would just be fun to see that visual transformation along with your verbal transformation.
I could change my glasses. I have extra sets of glasses that look different. So
Or like a talking stick, you know, like GM, and then
yeah, there you go. There you go. That's a good idea. I've used those a lot in my other workshops, the talking sticks. So that would be a
yeah,
great idea.
yeah. Justin, what's going on with your screen? There's like a little dot on top of your head.
He's doing the hat.
It's a tiny little hat for a gold.
Oh, that's cool. How are you doing
party
that?
hat.
Oh,
And
I love
video
it.
filters.
I love it.
Oh, that's nothing. Here's a good one too.
That's better. Yeah, that one. The other one was really super small, but that worked. Love it. Fun stuff. All right, time.
Okay. We'll get going here in a second. Hey, AJ, we missed referencing the land acknowledgement and anti-racism statement. Would you like to do that as we come out of this break?
Sure. This is why I always pull up the agenda.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm not running this meeting. Glenn's handling it. I don't need it. And I didn't pull it up. And this is what happened.
That's okay. As long as we get it done in this format.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just missed to the community. I missed something in our agenda. So this Sun Valley Board of Directors has a land acknowledgement and an anti-racism statement that it has written and supports, and they're posted both on the board's website.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this next section is on values, and a lot of times folks will do values after they do their vision and mission. The reason that I like to do them first is because I think they dictate your mission and vision and make it an easier and quicker process. So the process we'll use is we want to identify and put out all the values that are important to the community right now. And then we will narrow them down to a top group of them. I don't want to put a number on them. We'll keep all of the others that are there, but we will identify what our main ones are. And that's really the goal of this. And then we'll agree on what the top ones are. and then we'll move to the next section. So with that, I'm going to let you start putting out the values that you have, that you want to make sure we are important to Sudden Valley.
The biggest thing I think that for me and what I ran on was transparency.
Honesty.
Trust.
Fairness.
Respect.
Fiscally responsible. Fiscally responsible.
AJ, another one that you had, which I think is good, is stewardship.
Okay.
I think one that's important to the community is sustainability. The model has to be sustainable, or we're all susceptible.
Sense of community.
Let's say unity.
You could throw that one in there too. Unity and community. How about that?
Okay.
I would
Equality.
say, inclusion, support, and service to members.
Equality, if that's not been said.
Yeah, to go along with what Rachel said, member focused.
Yeah, customer service kind of goes right in line with that.
Respect would go along with that. And it plays also with everybody, staff members, board. So, it's important that everybody respect each other and their roles, I think.
Did we say collaborative?
No.
No.
Openness to new ideas.
Say safety or culture of safety.
You got it.
I would throw in, after watching, I don't know how many board meetings, a year plus of people pouring out their hearts at board meetings, compassion.
I want to say equity and inclusion. So I want us to get away from that sense of, if you don't like it, move, as that's not a real equitable and inclusive type of attitude that I've sensed in this community and I've heard at board members.
Impartiality.
Absolutely. I want to see the nepotism gone, just from listening to people. If there's a perceived issue of that, then there's an issue if it's perceived even.
I think going back to our talk about how people, it ended up there, but how people view us outside of this community, I think we should be considered respected or aim for that.
One thing that kind of piggybacks off what Glenn said in our last section about being better showing our members our processes and stuff, I think consistency, delivering things consistently, builds confidence.
It builds credibility.
Yeah. So I want to reference something that's on the survey, and it talks about just a question of how important the ACC covenants, restricted covenants, rules and regs are to the community, and how well they're enforced. The community on both the online survey and the mail sampling, almost 76% on both of those felt that was important. There was I can't remember, but there was a much lesser number that felt like that was actually happening. So there's a gap there. That's one of those needs that we identified. And so it's important, I think, that we remember that maintaining and increasing property values is an important part of this too.
Okay. Any more?
I like non-authoritarian style leadership, which I think we're getting away from, but I feel like that's been something we've experienced in the past. So a leadership that is, I guess what I would probably like to say is servant leadership.
And I'd say fiscal responsibility, you know, being clear and conveying to the community where money's going, you know, especially after the huge dues increase a few years ago. You know, I think it would be really wonderful for the community to know where all that extra money is going and has gone.
I think this is probably a little artsy, but inspiring would be a good one in my mind, just by, you know, what we're surrounded by.
I think that's great. Go right along with that. I would say innovative, you know, from the board to staff, you know, to our committees, to the community members. You know, we can build something that's sustainable and innovative.
I'd like to add, like, oh.
Sorry, Kim.
Go ahead, Adam.
I'd say resourceful too. Just looking at, you know, we have some amazing resources out here. You know, outdoor recreation's your thing. There's so much we can do so lead up and just utilizing that to better our community.
I said this when I was running. I'd like to make Sudden Valley a place where people want to live instead of like the redheaded stepchild alternative to Bellingham. When people are looking to move to this area, it's like, oh, wow, have you checked out Sudden Valley? I heard it's really great out there, versus what it currently is like, oh, if you can't afford to live in Bellingham, well, then there's Sudden Valley. But you may not want to go out there. I would like it to be like a want to live here, and where it's, you know, there's so much demand that there's a list of people that want to buy here and not, you know, just kind of flip it around.
For sure, it should be a destination. I mean, it's an absolutely gorgeous place to live, you know.
So I just wanted to, you know, go back to the survey of some of the main things as far as like, and you, Kim and Brian and AJ and I were all on the planning task force of long range planning. So we were the ones that had to code all those over 5,000 write-in responses. And one of the things we consistently, you know, the community loves the natural environment. You know, all of the natural amenities and assets to the community continually across the board were the top priorities. And so I think, I don't know if we want to word it as being stewards of the natural environment, but the lake was very high on that priority. But again, just in general, the natural environment, the trees, the forest, the animals, the birds, the deer, all of those things ranked very, very high consistently. And so I guess just stewards of the natural environment.
Okay.
Going off of, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, my connection isn't that great, so I apologize if this has been said. But going off of the fiscal responsibility and stewardship is just having a balance between the present mindedness as well as planning for the long term. One of the reasons I got involved was feeling like, and actually hearing that for whatever reason, members right now are responsible to both clean up for the last 40 years as well as plan for the next 40 years and kind of bear both burdens without spreading that out properly. So plan for the future while keeping in mind people have to put food on the table today and this month, and yeah, plan accordingly.
Okay, I got one on the chat. I want to make sure that comes up is it's evidence-based decision making. Do we have any others? Okay. Then I'm gonna read back through them. I'm gonna ask Oryx, if you're there, could you type them up for me so we can show them a little bit later? You'll do it faster than I will, I'm sure. Thank you. Okay. Here's what we came up with. Transparency, honesty, trust, fairness, respect was mentioned multiple times. Member focused, collaborative, safety, impartiality, consistency, supportive covenants, inspiring, resourceful, a destination, fiscal responsible, which was mentioned 4 or 5 times, stewardship, sustainability, sense of community, unity, and community, equality and inclusion, mentioned multiple times, customer service, compassion, respected, credibility, servant leadership, innovation, want to live, stewardship of the natural environment, evidence-based decision-making. Did I miss any? Seems like I missed 1 or 2. Maybe not.
So, well, thank you. Let me see. You said it, I think, maybe a different way where you were talking about the maintaining the property values, but I forgot. I mean, like maintaining and preserving and improving property values.
Okay.
What were you doing about that? I think you said something about the covenants. I just must have missed it.
Yeah, we did say covenant support, but I like the way you just said it better. Preserve property values.
Yeah, maintain and preserve, or preserve and improve. I don't know. We can figure that part out, but okay.
Okay. Okay. So Oryx, if you need me to repeat any, let me know. Because I went through them pretty fast.
I think I got it, but you can check me later.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have you share them if you can.
Oh, sure thing. Let me just get that copied over.
Sure. And then we can and then we'll go through them and start to reduce and see which ones cover which and that sort of thing to come down to a more concise set of values.
Would you like
How
me
many
to
are we looking for, Glenn?
Close to 40.
No, I mean, how many are we going to end up with?
I think you need less than 10.
Would you like me to send this through chat? Or
actually, if you can share it, that would be better.
oh, share screen. Okay, I'm working off of 2 different computers, but I can make that happen if you just give me a minute.
Okay, we'll give you a minute.
Thank you.
So yeah, there are so many that we put in here that you can combine into one word or a couple of words that will capture the meaning. So that's what we're gonna next step in the process. And I see, yeah, Brian, I like that. Enhanced property values. That's good.
Yeah, Kim, in a lot of the examples I've looked at, there's usually about, 6 or 8 core values approximately.
Yep.
Depends upon the organization,
So I hate to jump in here. I do want to clarify something though, just because of the enhanced thing. When we write this stuff down, it basically becomes a directive in general to the board and to the committees. So I want to consider that we don't put, I mean, like it's one, we at least need to offset enhance, because otherwise our performance measure is that we're always increasing property values.
Yeah.
It's one thing to say we need to maintain. I don't know the wording that we need to use, but I'm just saying that's something to consider when we put some of that language in there, that it's attainable, right? We want to inspire, but you also want to be able to actually deliver. And we don't want to get stuck into this thing where we're increasing property values at the expense of the membership, because that's part of that. Being fiscally responsible, part of that is looking to, does the community have the means to support it, and do they have the desire to support it? And so it's kind of a balancing act on all of that. Anyway, just wanted to.
Seems like something to me, Sonia, that we'd almost add like the statement like that. It's almost like, I mean, I'm thinking about it like how I prepare a set of plans or something, but it's like as needed or as appropriate, kind of, or I don't know, they call them cover your ass notes, but I mean, a little bit of, because if we want to say something like that, then it's good to maybe set limits and set that it's not like this is our directive, but if this is appropriate and this makes sense, then it should be looked at. I don't know.
Words are important. That's why
maybe protect property values or protect members' interest in their property values.
I think just protecting members' interest covers all of that.
True.
I mean, and I think that a lot of people have that goal in mind. There's no reason why we can't have both, just because we've been traumatized historically, with different words. That doesn't mean we can't change that. I mean, one of my goals that I wrote down, as the exercise was for today, for me to come to a sensible plan for our community without gentrifying the neighborhood. So I think that everyone is on board with that. But I mean, it's just something to keep noted, is what Sonia is saying. I think, anyway.
Some of this, though, with, how do I say this? Not so much with our property values and maintaining them. That's almost a mission or a vision of this rather than a value, where indeed, Sonia, you're going to ask that the association always and the board focus on the fact that it is important to maintain and do that, and I almost think it goes with the mission or vision statement moving forward.
I also want to add that sometimes when you're having your values, increased property values is an outcome and may not need to be mentioned in there, especially if we're concerned about metrics. All the things that we're talking about are going to do that because of the values we have. Our property and values will be increased. And so it could be something that's just implied with what we're doing.
So what is the word for?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, Linda hit it. What is the word for, what's the value that our maintenance and, everything is done to the best that it can be all the time?
Sustainability.
What's that?
Sustainability is
Okay,
something I
go.
throw out constantly at board meetings, long-range planning meetings, anything I write that goes in the views. I think it's all the community and the membership has really ever wanted, is to be able to show a clear, concise, sustainable plan to maintain the assets that we have. But yeah, this is kind of that exercise. A lot of, like Glenn said, a lot of these things kind of can get wrapped into one thing, and eventually we'll define some of these more too. We could put a little statement with the value, that explains some of our thought process. Usually it's like a sentence at most kind of thing, but that's an option we have too at our disposal.
I think that's Sorry, Sonia. That's it.
It's okay. I guess for me, my concern is because this came up so often in the survey, and also, over the last 2 years when we dealt with petitions and the bylaw changes and at the board meetings where people are very, very concerned about fiscal responsibility, like that the board is responsible. And right now, okay, if you have a board that you trust, that's one thing, but we don't know who's the board in 5 years. So the whole point of this is to, just like we don't know staff and GM. So the point of this is to put these, things in place so that it becomes part of who Sudden Valley is, no matter who are in those roles. And so I just want to be sure that we're addressing this thing that right now our middle class community is very concerned that their ability to pay or even their desire to pay is not being respected and looked at. And so I don't really, I feel like we've got to at least somehow mention that fiduciary responsibility in this in some way, or we're kind of failing one of those key directives that we've heard repeatedly over the last year.
That makes a lot of sense. I think to AJ's point, adding those definitions of the values is going to be important. I think that's a phase 2, meeting 2 thing at the beginning to kind of revisit and connect the 2 meetings. But I think that definitely is needed for both of your points. So do you have it, Oryx, where you can share it with us?
Yes, I do. Let me just get that pulled up.
Okay.
I apologize for the way that this looks, but I think it's all there.
That's the important part right now. Okay. So what we're going to take a second and let's review these and we'll start looking at narrowing them down to that 6 to 8 range and see which ones can be put together in a that we could define similarly.
I think fiscally responsible and stewardship can be somehow combined. I feel like there's a connection between those two.
I was thinking it could go under integrity, because ethical behavior basically falls under integrity. That could go under there, I think. So I always put stewardship under sustainable. That's my opinion. I don't know.
Anyone else?
Member focused and customer service and compassion can be grouped, in my opinion.
We don't have accountability on there.
No, you don't.
Can I add that?
You can.
Thank you.
I think honesty can be combined with integrity.
maybe even accountability and transparency.
I was going to say impartiality also would go in that category.
I think stewardship and sustainability are probably not in that purple category. They're probably their own category.
Yeah, and there are different types of sustainability too. There's environmental sustainability, which I think we should be going as a community as well, heading toward perhaps a zero emissions community, if that at all is fiscally feasible. I think that would be fabulous. I think that it touches upon equity as well, if you're thinking global equities and things of that nature.
Yeah, and that goes with stewardship too. Having
That's actually what I was thinking. I'm so sorry. I get what you were. I totally did connect it when you said sustainability. Yeah, I see where you were going with that, AJ. Sorry.
Because sustainability, and that's kind of where I talked to, like, having that sentence to define things can mean environmentally, our services we provide, our infrastructure we have, all has to be, looked at in a sustainable way. So environmental stewardship and sustainability kind of go hand in hand with me.
So, so integrity, under integrity, ethics, honesty, trust, fairness, respect, respected, credibility, evidence-based decision making. What else are we missing under there? I think, and even preserving property values could go under. Well, I don't know. Let's leave that one for now. But respect members in the here and now. All of that can go under integrity.
And I see where you're going. You could use those other words to define what integrity and ethics mean.
And I think, we've got collaborative, and then we have service-minded. I mean, they work together, but it's also kind of nice if they're separate, because service-minded is the board, the committees, is staff, management. That's kind of like a key cornerstone.
I see one to add that we didn't catch, which is fiscal responsibility. Because we've got environmental stewardship and sustainability. You could have fiscal as well. Oh, it's up there. Okay, I'm colorblind. That blanks it out for me. Sorry.
Hey, Andrew has his hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Oh, hey, thanks. No, I like where everyone's going. When I'm looking at this list, it just seems kind of black and white, which is the member focus for me really stands out. If you were to put just member focused on the left side and then everything else on the right side, you could almost draw a line back to member focused on each of these. That's kind of how I'm seeing this.
So does everyone agree that member focused is a agreed value? I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. So let's move that down to the bottom as a value that we've selected. Okay. It sounded to me like we also had integrity and ethics in that same.
I think so.
Same vein. Okay.
Yeah, I think a number, like you said, a number of these other values we have could be used to describe what we believe to be integrity and ethics. Like trust, fairness, respect, all those ones.
And honesty.
Yeah.
Credibility too.
transparency should be under there too, under integrity and ethics.
Okay.
Want to live here and not have to live here, preserving property values kind of at least jump out to me as two that could be tied together, potentially adding others too, but it's those two for now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm kind of cheating because I'm looking at some other communities' core values.
That's okay.
Okay, so some of the things that are kind of consistently popping up are like integrity, like what we talked about, leadership. Under this one, it goes create vision, inspire others, advance priorities and mission of the organization. Another one is innovation and change, encourage innovation, adapt to change, be willing to take risk, collaboration, and under that's teamwork, cooperate and work together for the common good of the community. And then the service, it says commitment to service, this particular one, and it actually says passion for service, which and it's not just about staff being of service, right? It's about the leadership and the committee members. And then it talks about, there's a separate category for stewardship, using all the resources efficiently. And there's a nice little category on this thing that talks about love for each other, which is really sweet. And I don't know what I popped up on, but it was just, I was looking at core values, sorry, but I just thought that was really nice, a consideration for each other. So those are some categories anyway.
But that's kind of like with caring for each other and love for each other. That's a sense of community. And I don't even think we put that up there anywhere, just simply.
It's on there, sense of community.
Oh, all right.
Under sustainability.
I see it.
So okay, so I'm hearing a couple of other kind of global ones that are showing up. I think that last one, the sense of community, does capture a number of different things.
Like Kim says, I'm tired of hearing this. If you don't like it here, move. And a sense of community, we should all just, that shouldn't be in our vocabulary out here, but it is,
right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I shut that down at a board meeting. I don't know if y'all saw that video, but I had a little exercise to help make that not part of our conversation.
Yeah.
It's slowly on its way out.
Yeah. So to me, so it sounds like a sense of community that we'd have to define what that means a little bit more, but that seems like something that I heard from a lot of people. It was mentioned a number of times.
I have maybe a suggestion. I think you don't want to lose any of these. They're all good.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at them and start to list them, it sounds like a scout oath. I'm going to do this, and instead of just saying I'm going to be a good scout. So I think my own, I guess, persona is you try to capture all these things. And I wonder if there's a way to simply say practice behaviors or promote, I don't know, whatever it is that enhance, or that I had it a second ago, bear with me, that promote a sense of community and unity. So in other words, if as an association, we do all these things, the true value, the sum of it is that all of these things, these behaviors, these practices create X. So again, I'm trying to distill it as we all are.
Sure.
But I have a reluctance to get into the ones that aren't highlighted because those are traits. They're very important traits. but I don't know that they merit being listed individually, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah, actually, you got a little ahead of us.
oh, sorry for that.
A lot of those things that you're talking about will end up in your mission and vision statement. You guys have already started writing both of them when you start looking at this. So you're right on it, Scott. That's exactly it. So
what we could do, if you boil it down, I'm just trying to think of other language, because we could probably boil this down to 4 or 5, but because we've got community, togetherness, building consensus, those types of things, where you combine all the aspects of Sudden Valley. So let's say you put that together. Sustainability, you could put actually in one. I know we're talking fiscal sustainability, but we're also talking about long-term sustainability just as a community and the environment, et cetera. That could probably go in one. And then accountability, for lack of a better word, could go like with the integrity category, because there's it's a lot broader, and that would work. And then the inclusion, that's a whole separate category, right? Inclusion and empowering the members, empowering staff, empowering, you know what I'm saying, all the components. So yeah, I think we can break it down to 4, and then I'll help guide further. Does that make sense?
So it does. So tell me, let us write the 4 down that you are suggesting, and then we'll see how everyone feels about that.
And you guys throw in different language, okay? I'm not very good with these titles and stuff. Okay, so community / togetherness. We've got sustainability, the lasting impact of Sudden Valley. Accountability, you could call it open and accountable, I don't know. And then inclusivity and empowerment. So it brings in the community participation, and it deals with that inclusivity and diversity aspect of it too.
Okay, go through them slow so Oryx can capture them all. So community / something.
I just said togetherness because
togetherness. Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't. I don't really know.
Okay.
I'd like to add to that, say maybe compassionate community.
Oh, there you go.
There. Yeah. Just do that. I like that better.
Okay.
Compassionate community, because you can be a community, but you can be hostile.
Yeah.
So let's be specific.
Okay, compassionate community is number 1.
The sustainability, sustainable. We could. I mean, under sustainable, you've got innovative, resourceful. Those things all fall under sustainable in various ways. So does stewardship, even. What do you think, KJ?
Fiscal, does that fall under there or not?
I would put that under the integrity, or what we're calling accountable.
Okay. Accountability is number 3.
Accountability, yeah, that would probably be easier, a little bit broader maybe. And that also then would allow the covenant aspect to fall in there real easily, I think.
Yeah.
And also addresses the member focus. Just, but the thing is, I think everybody wants to be sure that that's out there, because what we're talking about is these are the cornerstones, and this is what people are going to see. So do we want member focus also to be one of those, so that it's not a sub point of that value, but it is the value. So probably member focus.
I think, just to think a little bit big picture, all this is going to be boiled down and, presented at town halls and, getting feedback from the community. And if you know, if we're going to sit here and not think that they should be the main focus of the entire plan in general, you know, I think we'd be probably, they wouldn't probably agree with us. You know, and so I think, yeah, customer service is like a regular thing that's constantly talked about at local governments through these comp plans, you know, any business really that deals with with customers essentially. And we, you know, we call them members here, but they're paying customers to, you know, what we're doing.
Is common sense a given here?
It's always a hard one for us to define.
I was going to say that's a kind of an open-ended tough one because everyone's got different views of common sense.
Very
I
subjective.
can find some people out there that have some pretty wild common sense ideas, but
That could be a separate 4-hour
value
right there.
I would like to think that evidence. Evidence.
Yeah. Thank you.
I was going to say, I would like to think that evidence-based decision-making kind of covers the commonsensical concerns. So maybe that's.
So should we put that in accountability?
Yeah.
Evidence.
Yeah, I think that goes under accountability.
Okay.
So do we want like something kind of fun, like another category, like I don't know what, inspirational? What were you thinking, Joshua? You threw a couple of those out. Like we could, one extra category.
I just had inspiring. You know, I go back to the natural portion about this place. And, you know, I came from Florida where everything's flat, and coming out here is just, I mean, it's incredible. So it is inspiring. You know, it makes me want to write music, makes me want to just sit in the woods and hang out. You know, it's such a nice place.
it seems like creative is a good, I don't know, just tagging onto that. Kind of a
yeah, that works too.
Focus towards creative, inspiring. Because it's definitely.
So if you put inspiring and then put creative, innovative, there was another one I saw on here.
Fun. Steffi and Kim want fun.
Steffi, yeah, the fun thing. The fun thing's
Yeah.
got to be on there.
That goes along with a lot of recreation.
Everyone's inspired by our natural beauty out here. It was the most commonly referred to phrase or words, or, you know, in the survey, what people liked most about Sun Valley was, you know, nature, blah, blah, blah. Actually, if you look at the guidebook, the front page is like a word cloud, and it shows, kind of highlights some of those most popular words that were used in that first.
I think that was also a big, the natural environment thing was one of the big responses on the emergency preparedness survey as well that came out before the LRPC survey.
Yeah. So Oryx, let's add inspiring as the fifth goal. And I hear creative, natural environment. Is that the words that you were talking about, AJ? Natural environment. Fun would be a good one. Okay. And then I got on the chat, I wanted to make sure we put adaptive under the sustainability heading, which goes to a lot of the discussions that were happening around change. Okay. So this is really good work. We've been able to come up with it. We're actually not too far behind schedule either. So what we need though is to be able to at least say in draft form that we've got our 5 values. Again, nothing is permanent, but with the work we've done today, we definitely will revisit these and define them a little bit more. How does everyone feel about it? I can't see.
Can I interrupt? Brian had an idea in the chat that adaptive should go under sustainability.
Yep, it's there.
Oh, okay, good. Just checking. I'm sorry. You know what? That little tab at the bottom blocked out adaptive. There we go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm feeling great. I think this has been a great exercise so far, and everyone's had some really awesome ideas. It's nice seeing this type of thing happening. Yeah.
Okay. So I see a couple things. I got from Adam, consistency should be placed under accountability. That was a big one that resonated with all of you when you mentioned it. Okay, so what I'll do too is I will take all the rest of the words you have and place them where they likely would be. And when we come back to revisit these in session 2, we'll just verify that we did it right, and then we'll define them a little bit. So
Adam also suggested, I don't know how you guys feel about it, he suggested switching the title to from accountability to fiscal responsibility and then putting accountability under that. I mean, it just depends on the broad interpretation of the,
because I put in there accountability can be broader, and I feel like that would weigh heavily with the community if we were accountable in all aspects, not just fiscal responsibility. I mean, for instance, I'm just going to throw this out there. The ice bags, right? We had people complaining about ice bags, and you know what? Instead of, oh my gosh, you're complaining, or, you know, the things that we want to do, let's be real. When we hear that, the things that we want to do are just like, I'm trying, right? Our staff, Rachel, was like, you know what? Let me look at that. Oh my God, this is my mistake. Let me fix that. That's accountability.
It also talks about ownership, right? Like it's accountability for your actions too. So yeah, that's my opinion too.
How about add
Yeah, I would
response?
keep accountability the same. I think I get it, but I think having fiscal responsibility at the forefront kind of, I don't know, if I read that in a mission, I'd be like, yeah, they should probably already have that. I don't think that should be in their mission. Just from a perceived type of thing, you know. Yeah. But I think accountable is great overall, overarching.
Okay.
And then did we talk about using, like, we're not throwing away these words, we're using these words to define? Is that, I wanted to make sure that's what I understood.
Right. We'll use it to define, and then the next steps when we after we take a little lunch break, we'll go into creating a vision statement. You'll be using some of the similar words to build off of to redefine your vision and mission statement. So we will keep these and we'll bring them back up when we're doing that discussion, and I think that'll also help as we come back to revisit your values at the end, whether you've gotten everything in those 3 statements. That's what you're looking to do. So you're well on your way to doing that in the other 2 sections. So what I think we'll do here is I want to make sure that I get a thumbs up that everyone is good where we're at. We're going to revisit it a little bit when we come back, mixed in with the mission and vision as well. Everyone good? Okay. Then right now you can unshare Oryx and save that for us. And like I said, we're right on schedule from where we need to be, and I think we're accomplishing. You guys are doing great work. So let's take a lunch break. Be back at 1 o'clock, and we'll dig into vision statement next.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Can you hear me, Glenn?
Yes.
Good. I've been having a lot of trouble coming in and out. Whenever we have a break, everything goes completely out. So
No.
I'm just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So Lori with IE, how do you spell it? So we can get it changed for you. Okay.
It's Lore.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's a curse. My father did that to me. My father did that to me. I had two grandmothers, Laura and Eva, and he put them together. So
thanks, Dad.
I get to live with it.
Yeah, well, you're connected to your history anyway, I guess is a good way to look at it.
Yeah, right. Well, when you're the fourth child, you get whatever's left over.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Jake, thank you for having the parks crew clean up that one part of down by the barns, the one vacant lot there.
Oh, yes.
Barn 7. I saw that the other day and I almost drove into the sand pile down in the parking lot. I was going to the library and going, what was that I saw?
Yeah, kind of underutilized area, and sometimes they get skipped. But yeah, they got at least got some of that cleaned out of there.
Oh, it was bad. At least it was bad. The last time I really got to see it was when we did the online voting in November, and by then the leaves were like halfway up the fence and everything else. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I'll they're great hardworking guys. I'll pass that on to them. Maybe someday we can clear out the concrete chunks and have a giant,
I hope that.
I don't know why line dancing comes to mind. I have never line danced in my life, but some sort of event on it. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, see, I thought for Halloween, we should have turned each one of those the foundation things into like tombstones with names on them.
Halloween down at the barns seems to always work out really well. They especially at night. Yes, there's some
See,
stuff
we
there.
could have done something really good with that, with lighting and everything else. Oh, yes.
So many opportunities with our barns down there. I can't wait for what the future holds. So we'll try and make it a little better every day.
It really looks nice down there, so much better than it did for so long.
Nice might be a compliment, but we're working towards better. We'll make it better every day, and then I think there's a lot of opportunities. So yeah.
Okay, we'll get going here in another minute or so.
How was everyone's lunch?
Good.
I'm still eating my Cheetos. That's why I'm dark.
Yeah, I heard you munching and crunching.
Check this out. I think that we need to reconsider community once you lay that out. Because we've got member driven, which technically the way most of us think of community, but community is also, I don't know that it's explaining like the service, we're not hitting the service-oriented or whatever it was that I think Oryx said. And we're not being inclusive, I guess. We've got to make, I mean, or we at least need to define that in a better way. I know Kim said compassionate, but I just feel like we're missing something right there.
Well, let's do this. Let's go through the mission and vision statements. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to revisit that. If we don't, we'll put it at the front end of the first one. And then like I said, I'll do the best I can to capture the discussion from the chat and watching the video again. And I'll put that in the notes and see and so I can help identify what we missed and capture that. But I think that's a good point to visit when we go down the next steps. Okay. So, and that's the great thing about what we just did is that you've now started the process of moving into mission and vision. So we're going to start with the vision statement. I think this was one of the, and it's because I like this stuff, but I really enjoyed the way that the worksheets were put together on this. And so those are on for vision statement. The current vision statement is on page 22 of your guidebook. And then some of the guidelines and some of the questions that you went through are on page 23. Wanted to, highlight the differences between mission and vision. The reason I'm doing vision first, and I like to do vision first, is because it's what you're focusing on the future, and you're focusing on, you're being aspirational and trying to be inspirational in your vision statement, and then the mission statement gets into what you're doing now and the who and the how type of part. So talking about vision, the vision statement as it exists is fairly long for a vision statement. But I'm, of course, comfortable with whatever you guys want to do. It seemed like the intention was to rewrite it or put a new one together and capture what is in the past one. But at this point, I was thinking we would just open the discussion about what you want to be included in it, starting throwing out some words or phrases, and we'll start building it from there. I wasn't going to read the old one because I know you guys have looked at it, unless somebody wants to do that. If not, let's go ahead and get started on what is the vision for Sudden Valley. I think it's a follow-up of the conversation you were just having before lunch.
I think, one thing, we're talking about inspirational and vision and everything for the future. One of the big, kind of both the worksheets that are in there that kind of outline vision statements and mission statements. It's like what inspires us and stuff like that. And I think with the survey results, specifically the first question that relates a lot towards what do people like most and stuff. And I think it's, something that inspires all of us out here is our environment and nature out here. And so I just kind of wanted to throw that out as kind of a beginning thing that I think, is kind of part of that. And environmental sustainability is something we touched on, stewardship of the environment and everything like that.
Yeah, so speaking to that, like what Glenn said, it's not so much that there was something horribly wrong with the vision statement. It's the fact that it's been the same vision statement for almost 20 years. If you ask probably 90% of the members in the community, they wouldn't be able to tell you what it is. You know, so what we want to do is start to bring these things down so that they're, you know, the community also uses them as something to focus, and staff and committees. And we don't have that right now. No one really knows what they are. So, you know, we kind of want to cull those down. And the other thing is it helps to set the goals. You know, and right now, I mean, we've heard that it's been there for 20 years. Did the community succeed? They, you know, after they wrote it the first time, they just changed 2020 to 2030. We don't want to do that. We want to actually achieve whatever we're writing. And when somebody revisits in the future, we're actually creating new goals, you know, for us to aspire to. So if you looked at the other vision or even the mission, it's not that there's something horribly wrong with them. It's just let's make them fresh and relevant, so that we actually start working them and people actually remember them.
I actually like the second paragraph of our current mission statement, vision statement. And I think that a lot of what is said in there is important to be able to move the Valley forward. As you say, from day one, when I see in 2030, I'm going, I'm probably going to be dead I could be dead by then. And it needs to be far more relevant to the fact that you're moving forward. Our vision is from 2021 to sometime in the future, but that's going to require you moving year by year by year by year to get there. But like I say, the second paragraph, I think is a real responsible statement. But I think that top one could definitely use some work.
Well, I'm looking at the next sheet that says it should be a short phrase. So we can't have 2 paragraphs if it's supposed to be a short phrase. So I feel like we need to lose a lot of weight on this one and just be very more focused and directed. And also I'm hopeful, correct me if I'm wrong, but I couldn't find any of our current mission and visions on our websites. I would encourage us that once we're finished with this process that we put that on there.
I had the same problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to go back into the finance packet where they updated in 2019.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
I would agree with
That's where
Kim.
I found it.
It's too. I would agree with Kim. It's far too long. It's, you know, it's not something anyone can really rally behind because it's, you know, 2 paragraphs. You know, we need to try to whittle it down to something that's clear and concise. You know, and you know, it does need to be a loftier type of goal is what you're going for with the vision, but still has the ability to be achieved. You know,
Let me take a shot at it, AJ. We envision a community that offers an inspiring lifestyle and quality of life and is a desirable place in which to live and enjoy the benefits of family, friends, and community, period.
That's beautiful, Linda.
Yeah, not bad.
Nice and short. I was just going to add.
I've been Googling it out on the internet, and there's lots of really nice things out there. It's just like values that we're doing. That's part of what you're supposed to do now that we've never done before. It's not in any of our current documents. All we have is the mission statement and the vision statements. And you've basically, you know, now they say you should do values. They also say, and I hope we get to talk about this later in probably part 2, there's now a part they have that are called Board of Directors objectives that are made out of this, that basically carries it forward so that you have those objectives that the board is also basically committing to. But anyway, that's just.
No, that's actually, I was going to agree. I was thinking the same thing once you said that, because if we go with that kind of statement, that's more like a community-wide statement. And so the board, I think, and even committees and staff, everybody, it would be helpful if they all created their own missions and revisit them maybe, I don't know, every year, even if you're doing it with a board or whatever. But and I realize this is a vision, but it's the same thing where you're creating goals in that for that area. Because I think I don't know. What do you guys?
So Sonia, before, that's exactly what will happen next with staff, is each department, we'll do one as a whole and we'll do some of this as departments as well. And that's that sieve that I showed you. We just keep refining it down to make sure that it's consistent with what you're setting the tone as at this point. So that's absolutely true. Linda, did you type that up or did you just write it down? You're muted.
Mute.
I'll type it up and throw it in chat.
Okay, that sounds great. So there's kind of a question on the floor about next steps and how this statement floats. As soon as she gets it on chat, we'll take a look and start seeing where we are.
So Joshua had 1, 2.
Okay.
Do you want to share that?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want to share that statement or that idea that you had?
Now's the time.
I don't have anything solidified right now, Sonia.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I wanted to add, having been on long range planning committee for a few years now, the mission vision statement thing is something that's visited almost every year by it. And it does seem like the second paragraph, and I think it was Linda that said it was, she really liked that second paragraph, that always kind of sticks. That one, there's very little change made to it. Maybe it's updated like terminology, but that one seemed always a constant. And then the first one always seemed like it got bigger and more complicated. And there would be, Scott smiling because he remembers just, probably 3, 4, the first time he and I were both on the long range planning committee, like 3 or 4 meetings, almost discussing schematics. Essentially, how should we say this? How should we say this right? Which should we take? And then so short. I guess short and sweet. And if we can pull as much as we can out of that second paragraph, really, because it's a good starting point.
Okay. Anybody else on the want to throw one out there or got any more input on?
I will, well, I concur with everything Adam just said. My word of the day remains harmony. And I would say, I think we all agree, less is more in terms of the word count here. If there's maybe, once we can look at Linda's draft, which I liked a lot, if there's somehow we can just simply state living in harmony with the environment and each other. I mean, it's not too flowery. It captures a lot of stuff. So again, the recurring word in my simple mind today is harmony.
I think it's there in chat.
So I guess we're not mentioning like recreation. I mean, to me, I feel like that's so much a part of what what people talk about out here. It just feels like it should be. I mean, I don't know. I guess it'll be part of the mission, but it just also feels like it should be part of the vision and what we're envisioning for the future. We are, like it or not, a recreational community. We're also a place for people outside of Sun Valley, because of the lake, because of the reconveyance, the nature reserve. This is a destination and people do come to Sun Valley again, to enjoy the outdoors. And so I like the statement. I just feel like, should we be a little more specific about pieces of what that means, or it's, I mean, I thought a vision was supposed to be a little more specific. I guess
it's the other way around. Mission gets a lot more specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So anybody want to jump in there? I'd like to hear from a staff member about the one Linda's put out there.
I really like the one Linda put out. I think it's pretty concise, and certainly from my perspective as an employee and a resident, I like it a lot.
I agree. I wouldn't add a whole lot to that, honestly. I think that's a great, broad enough statement, and hopefully encompasses what people are looking to find when they buy a home or a residence in Sudden Valley. So, well done, Linda.
Thank you.
Joel?
So if we were to turn this into, the one thing that's catching me up is the first, so I like to think of a vision statement as like, you could start it with the word to, and like vision is to do a certain thing. Is there a way we can turn it into an action statement where the actions of the board, the actions of committees, we're looking to make sure they align with it? So like we envision a community that offers, but is it, can it
create
a way to say it? I don't know. I'm struggling with it, but can the association offer this? Are we expecting the community to offer an inspiring lifestyle, or are we expecting association and the volunteers and employees to offer that to the community? Does that make sense?
I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think it's missing the aspirational piece too, because I mean, it's like a lot of people may think we're already there with that language. You know, yeah, it's a nice lifestyle and quality of life, and for a lot of people, it's already a desirable place to live, and they enjoy the benefits.
But
and we should continue to want to do that into the future.
Right.
And that's where the mission comes in of how do you ensure that this will continue on for forever and a day?
So
I understand what Joel's saying, though. You could simply say, instead of we envision, is our vision is a community that offers an inspirational, and then you're talking basically about the group rather than we envision, because like you're saying, who is we?
Right, but do we envision a community that offers, or is it like the Sudden Valley?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sudden Valley Community Association aspires to offer an inspiring lifestyle, or too much, but yeah.
Or can just start out with the vision of the SVCA is to blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
I think we could take some of the sorry.
I was just gonna say, like in the guidebook, page 16, there's a couple examples. You know, one of them is a city. The city of Brandon is a welcoming, diverse municipal corporation that empowers, trusts, and supports each other in a healthy environment. You know, so they kind of do start it off with who we are and what we aim to do. Go ahead, Josh.
And I think to that point, your mission absolutely has to be more action oriented. You may accomplish your vision at certain times during any day, right? It needs to be attainable, but it also needs to be continue to inspire you to strive to improve.
I think we can wordsmith this a little bit to kind of take the redundancy out. So like we have, we envision a community that offers an inspiring lifestyle and quality of life. Like, I think we can combine those two things, making room for something else. And now I'm kind of mission and vision, I'm getting a little mixed up too. I know you guys were just discussing that, but bouncing off of what Scott said about harmony, it would be great to be able to include something about, continuing to cultivate the relationship between its members and our nature or something like that. Now, I'm not sure if that goes into a mission or a vision. Does that make any sense?
Well, and harmony could be between each other. I think Scott was referring to harmony amongst each other and not nature, but I think that's a great qualifier. It can be both, but then we'll start getting long-winded. So we have to try to look at those global words that incorporate those. And I agree with you, Josh, that Linda just put this together, but wordsmithing it so we can get rid of the ands, a lot of the ands in there, to tighten it up.
I think not having, the inspiring lifestyle part is, maybe something that's maybe too over the top, and that is very subjective to like each eye of the beholder kind of thing. But, everyone kind of has a general idea of what, they consider to be, high quality of life, and I think the quality of life thing could encompass both, but.
I think there's some specifics that are missing. Again, for me, I like it, but it like the part, it feels not inclusive of, there's other aspects of the association. We're just talking, it almost sounds like it's just the neighborhood, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. We're still, have to collaborate with, all aspects of the Sudden Valley Community Association. That's not mentioned. We're not talking about fiscal responsibility again. So, to me, if we're aspiring to something, if you're envisioning a future, what's the future that you're envisioning for Sudden Valley? That's all I'm saying. It just feels like we're not aspiring enough. It's not motivational enough.
So,
Oryx has a really nice, I'm just looking in the chat, a nice thing she said, which kind of departs, but I almost like it. I don't know if you're all looking, it says to create an environment where creative inspiration, natural beauty, and robust community spirit contribute to a high quality of life for all members. And I almost like it. It's kind of what we always talk about the community, but what we really want to change, and I think AJ and a lot of people would agree with me, is the environment that is existing and we're trying to get rid of, is we are trying to change that environment.
So Oryx, can you put yours and Linda's in a document like you did and bring it up so we can continue to wordsmith outside of the chat?
Yeah, I can share that right now. That's
Thank you, Oryx. I just really, when I read it, I realized that's kind of where we're at right now. It's like we're kind of not real satisfied with, it's like what we want to do is we want to have the community to be able, we want that environment, and that's what's important. No matter what the association does, they should always strive to achieve that environment for the members.
I just slightly reworded what you wrote, so I'm glad that is working right now.
That's okay.
Can I suggest a slight amendment that begins to create and maintain an environment?
I'd like to see us use a synonym for creative, so we don't use create and creative in the same way. It's best to try to not have a repetition with the words, although I like the statement. So I'd like to see us wordsmith create and or creative.
I also like that it's to start with we envision, because that kind of sums up what we're talking about too. So if we start the statement we envision, that kind of helps it to flow a little bit better, I think.
It probably depends on if it's going to be on the website with a header that says like vision statement, it might be redundant to then start it with. It's just going to be a phrase.
Yeah. Okay, on the chat, there was also a suggestion on build a community as part of this.
Yeah, we can first create a build and bring back the word creative.
Yeah, like when she shares, we lose the chat.
Yeah, but you can bring it right back
I do.
up. You can bring it right back up. Just hit the chat again and you can put it on your screen and move it around.
To build, nurture, and maintain? Or is that redundant?
Yeah, build to Oryx. To build, nurture, maintain.
Well, okay, but again, this is a vision, so we don't need to create. We're not talking about creating new, and we're not. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about your aspirational vision of the future. So are we going to still be building in the future? I hope not. And again, I realize in this group, it's not Owen really heavily focused on the financial and fiduciary responsibilities of the association, but it matters to me, and I think it matters to the community that plays in there. That we're financially sound, or we're fiscally responsible. That's a very important piece of what we do.
How about a sustainable and fiscally responsible environment?
I mean, sustainable
where creative
is good.
inspiration, natural beauty, and robust community.
Hold it.
Is that too much?
Go ahead, Brian. No, go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just thinking of adding just a couple adjectives before, like just sustainable and fiscally responsible environment where creative inspiration, natural beauty, and robust community and spirit contribute. I
think that's good. I think that's good. You know, on our vision worksheet, one of the things I wrote down, you know, what do you see as Sun Valley's most pressing concerns right now? And I wrote sustainability, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. That was, you know, I wrote that before any of us started discussing this meeting today. So, you know, I think some of those adjectives are important. When you look at other kind of cities examples, they do tend to throw in, you know, some of those adjectives that they really want to start to see.
So Brian, you had it a little differently than Oryx does. So I want to make sure we captured what you had.
Just adding creating a sustainable and fiscally responsible environment. So sustainable and fiscally responsible before environment.
Okay, then we got it. Okay.
Could we?
I'd like. Oh, go ahead, Joel.
Oh, could we possibly? So build, nurture, and maintain. Sonia's saying we don't want to be kind of like envisioning starting from scratch or whatever. Is there a word like foster or cultivate that encompasses all of that? We're just
I like cultivate. I think
instead of
and foster. Yeah, either one of those.
Cultivate and maintain.
Yeah.
I feel like we're missing, even though the fiscally responsible part is important, I always find that relationships and building community should always trump money. And this is starting to lean too heavily on the financial piece, even though that is what our community wants. but our community has also just come from out of a very polarizing time where I feel like we need to lead with how we want our community to treat each other and be as a community, and then follow up with the fiscal responsibility piece. Money should always be second to people.
But it's not. And the reality, I hear what you're saying, and I realize this is a vision, but for me personally, especially, you know how Linda was talking about that 2030 as like a scary number for people like, you know, me too. I'm like, I probably won't be around in 2030. I don't know. But for me, I want to know that I don't have to worry that I'm going to leave my home, that I'm going to have to leave my home because I can't pay the association fees when I'm on a fixed income. And I think that a lot of our members feel the same way. And especially right now, even though we're forward looking, we're still in a situation where we're in the year 2 of a pandemic where it's not going to start changing probably until first or second quarter of 2021. We probably really are going to know where, and a lot of people are losing their jobs and are being cut back and everything. And so it is on everybody's mind. I hear it all the time. And that's one of the reasons we did the bylaw to limit dues, right? So it's a primary issue. And the other reason that it's important to me is because we're building trust, and we're trying to build a foundation and an environment of trust between the community and the management and the governance aspect. And so that they have to have some level of assurance that that's important to those people too. That's how I feel.
So let me hear from some other folks about that part. It seems to me that after we get to it from environment back, following, everyone feels pretty good about that part. So we're mostly focusing at that beginning of our statement. So anyone else got some input, some ideas?
Yeah, can we use the accountability or accountable in place of the fiscal responsibility part? I mean, I get it as far as the being in the mission, but I'm thinking about how this looks too from a creative, perspective.
Well,
I think seeing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brian.
No, I mean, I was thinking fiscally accountable. I mean, does this part have to be poetic or?
I think it all should be poetic. It should look. It should.
I love poetry, man, but I'm just thinking like we're here because of dues, because dues were spiraling out of control, and I think we need to protect that, And I don't know whether we need to do that in this mission, but I think, and you know that as well as I do, Josh. But anyway, but I like.
Yeah, but we're here for a lot of reasons too. I mean, we could say. We exist to cultivate an environment where people do not join the board to lobby to take advantage of their neighbors. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could say over the years that we've been dealing with.
But, I mean, I would add that we're on the board though because I think one issue. That's what woke the community up. Is that are those dues skyrocketing Wekiwa, and we can't sleep on that, nor can we ignore it. I don't think.
Could you change? Oops. Could you change the words around to leave the nice part where it says to cultivate? I can't read this all because your faces show down on it. To create an environment where creative inspiration and natural beauty and robust community spirit contribute to a high quality of life for all members while maintaining a sustainable and fiscally responsible environment or something like that. It's like I say, it's just to just simply use that same sentence, just kind of flip around how things are said so that you're saying, yes, we want to do this, but yes, we'll be fiscally responsible in the meantime, so that that's not the main focus coming out of the gate with that sentence.
I think that's good. And I think too, you could just in front of members or membership, you could say our diverse membership or something. So it also encompasses the fact that we're a very diverse community. So we don't lose that.
Yeah, I tend to agree that having some form of fiscal responsibility in there, you know, I'm just reading the chat and, you know, what Richard said, you know, and what Kim both said and what Sonia said are all accurate. Like, you know, community and people are definitely first, but money has become, you know, a big factor in here. And Waikoa, you know, drove that bus, and it, you know, it is a big part of it. And while I agree with Kim, you know, what Richard said, though Kim is right too, the mission is the promise, what you/we will deliver so that we can be the fiscal place. I think that's a good statement. You know, and everyone here, you know, DeVolio also said, like, describe, you know, a needed balance between sustainability and fiscal responsibility that we've been somewhat lacking as well. But I think it's an important part of it, and I think it has been a big driver for a lot of people in our community.
So Oryx, on the last one that you have there, which I think is a kind of a combination of a number of them, could you make that just a little bigger? There we go. And she put home or community as a question mark, so we can choose which one of those are.
Community.
Let me know how everyone's feeling.
Community, for
Okay.
sure.
Agreed, community.
Community, I agree also.
So what do you want to do with the second, community, or leave it that way? It's community spirit, so.
Pull out the old thesaurus.
How about robust civic-minded spirit?
So fiscally,
about-
oh, go ahead. Never mind.
I was just gonna say, what about robust engagement? Or member engagement or something.
Yeah, that works.
Member engagement, is that what you? Okay.
What are we meaning by creative inspiration exactly? Is it something concrete enough for this, or is it?
I think this is just my opinion, stepping out of facilitator role. I think you don't always know what that creative inspiration is. You know, making sure that people are inspired to innovate and do all the other things you talked about in your value, particularly as a staff member. I don't necessarily need it defined for me. And I know that's what some of the things we've talked about is how do you define these things? Well, the community in some ways we're individually going to define some of this on our own. It will mean a little bit different thing to me than it will Sonia, than it will Adam. And I think I think that's being a little more vague is a positive to me, because we have lots of other things that get us really specific. As was mentioned, when you get to the objectives in session 2, those objectives will clean up a lot of that sort of stuff. But going back to a vision statement that has that word in it is important to me as a staff member. Are we close?
So I think just to clarify, so a couple of things. So there's some things that were mentioned in the chat. So let's see, Jacob. I'm trying to read it right now. What did you say, Jacob's?
Well,
so basically, we're not mentioning recreation, which is a large aspect of the community. It's a big priority. The membership has said that, you know, that's a priority. So we may want to consider at least mentioning it. And I don't know, sorry, Miss Jacobs thing. But yeah, so sorry, go ahead.
Is that maybe getting more into mission rather than vision though?
I don't know that it would be. I think that you could talk about a healthy lifestyle. You know, like there's things that you can add in there. It's a way of saying it where.
How about after natural beauty? I'm looking at Oryx's thing where we say where creative inspiration, natural beauty, recreational opportunities, and robust civic minded, and then that. But you could add it in there real easily.
Yeah.
No, the big one, the one below that. Right?
Yep.
It's the one you have supersized.
You're getting there, Oryx. Good job. Natural recreational opportunities and robust, and then whatever we go with. You got a couple of options in there for the rest of it. There you go. Does that work for everybody?
I think it's cooled down enough. I think that we can agree on the, I mean, at least for me, I can agree on the everything's in there, and then we're back to the wordsmithing aspect of it.
Yeah, because recreational opportunities includes like the health club, you know, it's everything we have to offer, the pools, but you can't put that all in there, but it summarizes it all. Plus, if you just want to go hiking.
Yeah, I agree. Recreation is so vast, and it's, you know, it's different for everyone.
Mm-hmm. We've got, you know, there's disc golf at the campgrounds. I'm saying there's just so much that, you know, if you're going to include that, you're going to have a really, like a really global reference to it.
Could you put recreational in front of the word community? So we're calling our community a recreational community. We were founded as a recreational subdivision, you know, per the county code.
Right, the county still designates us as a recreational community.
That's crazy.
Michael, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest changing the word robust to active.
Okay. What do we think?
I like it. Works for me.
Yeah. I like robust better. Sorry, Michael. Active civic engagement. I don't know. It just sounds like I don't know.
Activist, yeah.
Dueling pistols at 10 paces.
Well, I think this part we could probably all take, like, I mean, I don't know, Glenn, but maybe, yeah, this is the part where we can kind of play around with it a little bit more if we kind of.
Sure. I think you have a good preliminary draft that you all have. And again, I want to make sure I can't see everyone's pictures, so I'm going to need some thumbs up. If someone's not comfortable, they let me know verbally or on the chat, either one. I'm watching both. And because I think you do have a really good start here that's captured everything you've talked about. And then the beauty of this is we can move to the mission statement here in a few minutes. And then if there's something that triggers us to come back, we can always do that. And remember, these are all drafts. You got a phase 2. You got a session 2 where we're going to revisit. Part of that will be to revisit and make sure we're good. So, and Kim, I like it's growing on me. I think it's in a place where you all can sit on it and think about it, and then we can come back and revisit.
I gotta say, you guys are all doing an awesome job. This actually is inspiring, you know, seeing so many people do this together.
Yeah.
It's great.
You guys are doing great. So Oryx, go ahead and take the top two off that are smaller. Just take those out and this will be what we have for now. And so I got a question. We're right on this original schedule. I had us to take a quick little 5-minute break here, just to kind of calm a little bit and then go about the mission statement. Does that work for everyone? Okay, let's
That's
take
perfect.
5 quick minutes. Be back in 5, 1:52.
Glenn,
Yes? Did I lose you again, Laurie? I got you back, Laura. You're moving again, so.
Hey, Glenn, are we going to get a copy for our books of these, like the draft of the vision and the draft of the vision, the values that we've done?
Yeah, you'll get an entire, I'll do notes for everything.
Okay.
So I'll do summary of everything, kind of try to capture the chat, capture our discussion, and copies of everything.
Okay.
Hoping to have that out to you by the end of this week. And then, yeah, you'll be able to put it right in your
Binder. Yep.
Yep.
That's good to know, Glenn, because I really don't like a gigantic empty binder.
Oh no, it'll be full.
I figured that was the case.
Yeah,
we'll have more to fill it up within following meetings and everything.
My guess is by the time you're done with this, it'll be exploding.
Especially you long-range planning committee members, because
I can show you all my exploding planning or Parks and Trails binder.
Well, the 211 pages for the survey did a pretty good dent into it too.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's absolutely having been a planning commissioner on a couple of different cities, having gone through this process both as a staff and a planning commissioner, I usually had 2 binders for this planning process. So
what's your Glenn, what's your opinion on, I guess, size of the counter? I mean, I'm assuming you've worked both public and private planning then. And I've always worked private. I've worked for now a coastal design company, but I started working at a land planning firm back in years ago, but have always kind of been on the I guess private side of the counter we're submitting applications and working for clients. And so I'm just curious from those who've worked on both sides.
Oh, as far as our counter, or you muted?
Yeah, I did. In general, I've always had really, generally pretty good interactions with people on the I guess the public side of the counter, so that the people we're submitting applications to. But I've also had stressful, very stressful times too, because it's.
I think it's the key is it is one of the ways that you can judge an organization as how they interact with the counter, because it's very regulatory, like I said at the beginning. So I very much think it's a signal. The most healthy people who are doing it, the organizations, they're relational. And if you're relational at that counter, everything's going to go well. And then you guys mentioned also consistency earlier. When you're submitting, you don't care what the rules are as much as you want them not to change. So that's the key.
So can I just, you guys are bringing up an important point. So I'm just curious if that's something that we need to speak out loud. But obviously the reality is that we're trying to get away from just the lackadaisical HOA type of a structure and get more like what you're talking about, the municipality type consistency. Does that need to be stated?
Yeah, I think you'll see some of that in my assessment report that I'll give to the board at the end of March. That'll with some recommendations on how we go ahead and move forward to do that. And I think once you see that, I think that's a phase 2 when you get into exactly what your session 2, when you get into exactly what your objectives are, that may become one of the objectives. So I think that's clearly on its way for sure. We're kind of at that big high level, and we'll kind of sink down into those details as we move through the process. So, okay. So great work. Now we have one more statement before we can go enjoy the rest of our Sunday, although I have to say I've enjoyed this process today a lot. So mission statement, same thing. You're at page 17 is where your current mission statement is. And this one's short. Actually, I think in the mission vision, people use them interchangeably, and I think that's what might have happened here a little bit. But again, we can start with that one, and we can wordsmith, we can create a whole new one, whichever you'd like to do. AJ, if you want to highlight, like you did the other time, a couple of things you were pointed to in the other session, that might help us get started.
All right, just trying to get my sheets together. So yeah, page 17 kind of goes into your mission statement. And there's a couple, key things that you want to be making sure you're hitting. It needs to be clear and easy to understand and concise. Our current mission statement is not too bad. And it could just be a wordsmithing thing. I think the worksheets that were provided kind of outline some of the approach to building a mission statement. And one of the things when I look at it is who are the targeted beneficiaries, what are the services that we provide. Some of the stuff on the mission statement or the worksheet is a bit general. We may not have problems that we want to address, more so we want to provide services. I look at as our targeted beneficiaries are obviously the membership and relevant stakeholders as well. Some of the action things that I look at, based on what we've been talking about here today, is the word enhance, enhancing memberships' lives and properties, or to serve. This is something we talk about a lot with leadership and staff and everything like that, to serve the community. And so, and some of the services we tend to provide, we have a lot of community infrastructure, roads, buildings, trails, maintenance of all that stuff, security services, community event type things, other association, type services we provide. So coming up with a kind of a clear, concise way to wrap all that up and tie it to our vision statement is kind of the goal here.
Hey, Richard Johnson, would you like to kind of jump in here first and talk about the mission statement and what you would like to see? You're muted, sorry. Go off mute. There you go.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm following it with AJ. It needs to be short, concise, clear. The targeted beneficiaries are, of course, the membership and any other stakeholders, like AJ said. I'm a little perplexed, as was mentioned earlier. We interchanged the terms vision statement and mission statement, and I still am not. I need more clarity on that before I can really
Sure.
contribute a lot.
Sure. Well, I think on page 20 is a good summary. It's it tends to be a little more operational and a little more focused on today and what you're working towards, rather than the inspirational part. So I think that's one of the key differences. That's where people get them confused a little bit, is that when you're doing a mission statement, it's more like one of the analogies that I have used in the past that actually helped me understand it the best is more of a military piece. The vision is what you're trying to accomplish. So if you're in a battle, you're trying to win the battle, and here are the key things to win the battle. The mission is the actual way you're going to win the battle. And I think that's really helped me understand the difference over the years.
So using your military analogy, a mission statement would be a tactical rather than a strategic.
Absolutely. That's a great
The how we're going to do.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
Right.
A mission statement is meant to describe the purpose and objective, you know, and so to, you know, getting into the, like, if you read our current mission statement on page 17, you know, we get into talking about highest quality of life, and this and that, you know, and that's something we already kind of touch on in our vision statement. Even our existing one before the one we just rewrote kind of touched on that too. So it's a little bit duplicit, you know. So I would say, you know, that we want something in there, instead of dedicating to securing the highest possible quality of life for our membership, we tell them how we're going to, you know, we already told them like that's an important thing and a vision of this community, but how are we going to do that? So providing routine or adequate maintenance, you know, to maintain the existing infrastructure that we have, that, you know, like that type of thing is something that I kind of see as you kind of work through the worksheet and stuff. The services that we provide to people are going to highlight how we envision this inspiring community, you know, and everything like that.
Could it be something like, going back to the values, taking a member focused approach to doing this or that?
Great way to start it.
Would it be possible to, because I haven't internalized our draft vision statement, would it be possible to have that visual of what we're working on so that we can connect our mission to our vision?
Sure. Oryx, can you bring that page up again? Thank you. You haven't memorized it and internalized it in
I'm trying.
8 minutes?
I'm trying. I was working on it on the break.
Okay, so what if we go, this is just part of it. Okay, so to provide excellent services while maintaining our community values, ties the values in, and this is kind of cheating. And then I put, I said, and we commit to achieve Sun Valley's vision for our diverse community. So I don't know, but it kind of tied both of those pieces in there, brought the values in and the vision.
Can someone tell me, like, when you say our diverse community, what you're referring to? Are you referring to the topical aspect of Sudden Valley? Because that word's thrown in there. I'm not connecting with that.
So I think it goes multiple ways. You got socioeconomic diversity. You have
racial diversity, right?
Racial diversity, topical.
There's also we have a wide range of families and family situations and non-family type of living arrangements. It is definitely a diverse community.
So, Josh, I want to make sure we capture what you had on the page too before we move too far.
Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but utilizing a member-focused approach
Okay.
I think that would be good to have somewhere close to the front because that's what it's all about, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I got another one of these drafts I'm gonna send to everybody to play with. Because it's got to do with the whole money thing we talked about and the thing Sonia talked about, property values, et cetera, et cetera. Here it
Well,
comes.
if you you want to, once you send it, read it so that Oryx can put it on here.
Just a minute. It says, oh, it's one of these. Our mission is to enhance and preserve the quality of life and sense of community through effective and efficient management of the association, enforcement of rules and covenants to preserve property values, and support initiatives and capital improvements that benefit the greater good of the community.
Okay, so I agree with most of that, but I think if we say those words about supporting capital initiatives, it forces us into supporting capital.
You can just say support. You could take capital out of there and say support initiatives. I don't even know about initiatives, but yes and no. And improvements that benefit. You take out capital, just improvements in general. Improvements in our maintenance,
Yeah.
It was just a fast and easy, down and dirty, here we go. It's just to get us started in the conversation, because I think that helped us last time when we started developing stuff.
I agree. I think it's good. I agree.
So, Oryx, you want to type the whole thing in there? Cut and paste it, or however you want to do it.
Yeah, you can cut and paste. I think you can cut and paste out of chat, Oryx. It might make your life easier.
One thing I just kind of thought of was taking off our board hats or staff hats. Like, what would you want to hear as a homeowner? So to me, partly as a homeowner, I would love to not to have to worry about a whole bunch of things getting done, or if they're going to get done, or kind of like expect that everything is going to get done that you're paying for with your dues. So, I mean, is there a way to express like
consistently delivered?
Yeah, like, like responsibility that things are just going to get taken care of, and you don't have to make that phone call, or I guess trust in the mechanisms, or in the I'm struggling for what to say, but trust in the process and in the people and in staff that what's expected will get done, and then beyond that, without having to maybe worry about it. I guess maybe that's kind of long-winded, but like the essence of that a little bit.
Isn't that could that be part of the sustainability portions?
So a lot of clubs do use the phrasing consistently delivered amenities. I think that actually sums up what you're talking about, where it's not rediscussed or reevaluated, or that if the pool is going to open every year, the pool's there. The pool was there when you moved in. The pool will be there next year. It opens on this date. It's those things that it's like what you're talking about, where the community can just go about their lives, the day-to-day living, and not have to worry that, are we going to have that next year? So yeah, I mean, at least where I've lived before, I've seen it. That's how it was referred to. They're consistently delivered amenities that it just means you can count on them to be there and provide the same level of service at a minimum as what was there when you arrived.
Yeah, and maintenance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that also applies to contingencies, like the recent snow event we had. Our roads were plowed and salted and sanded, whatever the fluid or granular stuff that they put on the roads. we should be able to expect that as well in emergency situations where what you are, Sonia, you were kind of focused on was reliability of perceived amenities that the whole community should be able to count on. The flip side of that is, in an emergency, are we prepared to address whatever needs to be done?
I think
Yeah, we just need a different, I see what you're saying. So we just need different language for that. So real quick, I'm going to read this just in case nobody saw it or everybody could see it. But Richard said,
Sonia, hold up. We've been posting all the ones that are on there.
oh, okay. So you saw Richard's? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So if
Okay.
Richard's is the last one right above vision statement. So we've got 3 of them that have been pre-written already. So thanks for the catch. Absolutely.
I'd only add one to this last one where it says SVAC mission is to provide well-maintained, affordable and community-oriented. It should, how do I say, besides facility, it should be services and facilities. Because we're focusing on the facilities and that, but we also need to focus on our services like maintenance and that sort of thing. And I'd like to see that added in there to that one statement. That's all.
Agreed.
It would be nice if we can include safety in there too somehow.
Oh, yeah, you could easily do that. Affordable and community-oriented services, safety, and facilities where residents and staff are empowered to live innovatively and succeed.
So
you can just put, you wordsmith that last.
So
iteration.
Oryx, take the SVCA one, add what the safety and the services in mix into that one. So provide a well-maintained, you could do safe, well-maintained. Yeah.
But is it safe facilities or is it a safe community as a whole?
Safe community, safe environment.
Yeah, like tree mitigation.
Safe everything, right? So, but if you add and services, and you could add community in there if you wanted to.
There, that works too. Yep. Just
okay.
It's just important
that's
because
what
that's what these people are looking for from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would put services. So yeah, I would put services in front, like community-oriented services and facilities. But then the safe doesn't fit in there. If we go, our missions provide affordable and community-oriented services and facilities. Where, let's see. Oh, dang, so then we can't fit in safe and well-maintained.
Could I say something about the vision statement? I'm sorry, my computer cut out on me and I'm behind. I really don't think we're a recreational community at this point in time, nor I'm not sure that we want to be primarily a recreational community. We are a residential community. We could say maybe residential and recreational, perhaps. It's up to you all, but I'm thinking that I don't think it's primarily a recreational community, right? We are primarily a residential community. You know?
Where did the county defines this? And I mean,
that doesn't matter, right? We can define ourselves. Though, you think, Sonia? You know what I mean? Like we don't have to. I mean, DJ works for the county, but we don't listen to everything he says, right?
No.
So, I mean,
it's up to you all, but
No, I think that's a good catch, Brian. But before we go back into that,
I'm sorry to catch. I'm
no,
sorry to mess.
no, that's
everything up.
cool. That's great. We'll put a note on it,
Okay.
and we'll make sure we go back and revisit that when we.
But
go
I
back
do like
to it.
the idea of recreation being in there, Glenn. I'm sorry to
Okay.
interrupt there.
No, that's.
As
I think that's a
mentioned,
fair statement.
Perhaps
so-
after creative inspiration, diverse recreation, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get back. I'm just trying to keep us. We're running down on time, and I want to make sure we get this mission statement close.
I would start it with the mission of SVCA is.
Okay.
I think we're also missing the part about stewardship and of the natural environment. When we're missing some, we may not be able to cull this down into in one sentence. Maybe to do 2 sentences.
Well, let's keep working on it. So we've got on the chat, we've got some concerns from Richard, who wrote it about safe. How do we promise safety, and how do we measure that? I think that's fair. And then we've got Kim agrees with Brian on revisiting the vision statement, which we'll note and do. And then we were making a comment about affordable well-maintained, community-oriented facilities and services. We mentioned flipping those two, services and then facilities. Maybe we put safe facilities there. Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, because I was just saying, community oriented. Wait a minute. Say is to provide affordable community. Could you say? Dang it! Can't work through this when it's moving.
Yeah, that's a little.
How about the mission of, the mission of SVCA is to provide a safe, affordable, and well-maintained community, period. And then we could go with.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
It's an idea. It doesn't have to.
So when we do all of that, we're also not reflecting our purpose at all. And it seems to me that we kind of have a little bit of an obligation to tie that mission to a certain amount to the actual purpose of Sudden Valley. I mean, I guess you're safe and well-maintained falls under purpose.
Are we going to include in the mission anything about becoming more interactive with the community, hearing from them, and then actually doing what they tell us they want? I mean, that's my personal mission, is to get people to submit as much feedback to stuff as they can, and then we do our best to abide by what they want. I mean, that's the whole point of the HOA, is like, there are going to be things where we have to do what's in everyone's best interest, even when a lot of people aren't happy about it. But I think for the most part, when we take votes, when people petition for stuff, as we've seen, a pretty important part of what will make this functional is if we listen to the community when they talk, and to encourage them to talk.
I think that's where the member focus can come in.
So, did anybody do this exercise by any chance? Like, did anybody write out actual, I mean, I realize Glenn's focus here, but like, is there any, I guess if you guys are okay, and this is obviously not a full statement, but it's just easier for me if I wrote something down. And it wasn't a full thought, obviously, but it's something that we've worked on, and Joel actually had contributed this before previously before he was on board or anything. We were kind of talking about what do we want from Sudden Valley, and it basically it talks about that we're a collaborative community, and we're a group of Sudden Valley members who see the beauty in our diversity. We're neighbors who want to protect and improve the value of our Sudden Valley home investments by keeping assessments affordable. We believe that responsible fiduciaries must ensure transparency, accountability, and opportunity for members to always have a say in decisions that impact their dues and assessments. It was a kind of a mission for us to keep us focused on what our goals were. I'm just saying, like, this mission is kind of not very focused to me. It's not hidden.
So let me ask you this. We're at 2:20 and you've done some great work today and you have a great start here. Would you like to continue and go a little bit longer, or do you want to wrap and come back to this in session 2? I'm open to either one. I just want to make sure you are again, you've done a lot of work in a short period of time, and you have a really good start to a mission statement that might be a faster route if you can think about it some more and include all of these thoughts. And Sonia, I would like you to send that, what you just gave to me, so I can include it in the notes as well.
Definitely.
So it sounds like what I'm seeing is a lot of folks thinking maybe it's a good place for us to take a deep breath and let it, as nice word, Josh, percolate. Everyone good with that?
Oh, that was Brian. I'm just reiterating. I love it.
Oh, I missed. Did I miss Brian saying?
I don't know any words, so.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to say he's ready for coffee.
Okay. So
sounds better when Josh says it anyway.
Okay, so Oryx, if you can save that for us and then unshare, and we'll do a quick wrap. So what we were going to do is just kind of summarize where we are and what we've done. Wanted to do kind of a little bit of a, I guess we would call it kind of insights. Just real quickly, anyone who wants to share on what insights they gained today and any takeaways they have.
Are we going to talk about the tour schedule?
Oh, sorry.
I was just asking if we're going to talk about the tour schedule also.
I will when I wrap. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that at least coming out of this discussion today, that the group is much more interested in focusing on the community than it ever was before, in the sense of community and what can make us a stronger community. And I think that that's good to see, where before it's just been really kind of general. And I think it hasn't necessarily focused on the community as individuals. And I think that some of the vision statements and values and stuff have really focused on that a lot more.
Yeah. Joshua, you had your hand.
I can't top what Linda just said. I think that was great. But as I mentioned before, this is pretty inspiring. It's nice to see, this isn't just a board meeting, it's LRPC, and it's awesome having staff here. And it does feel, I feel great. I love the direction this is headed in. And we all collaborated and disagreed and agreed. And I've never seen anything come together so quickly like that. But yeah, it's awesome. Thank you guys.
I think it's also interesting that nothing has changed in the last 18 years as far as a new vision statement or a mission statement. I think it's about time. So it's a great opportunity.
Sure. Yeah, I want to just thank Sonia as well for your effort on this process. And, you've done a great job here, and AJ as well, and Josh, and all of you guys for coming in, and yeah, welcome to your first meeting, Steve and Richard as well.
Brian
Look
did
forward to
an
working with
awful
you
lot
all.
of work. He's minimizing the amount of work he has put into it, and the entire long range planning committee. But yeah, Kim and Brian put some long hours into digging through all those 5,000 different responses that we had. So yeah, thank you, Brian.
Okay. Anyone else before AJ and I wrap it up and talk about the tour schedule?
I just want to say thanks to everyone for spending such a large part of their weekend. And I'm really appreciative of collaboration and how watching the process of how words turn into statements and just end up wrapping up together to define who we are. I think it's a pretty cool process. Glenn, I appreciate you walking us through this, and the staff for the booklet that was put together for this.
All right. So I'll just go quickly over the tour. In your binder, you have a tour schedule. Those are tentative dates. We have expanded them over 2 Saturdays to have less impact on staff. We also have a Wednesday if anyone can make it. We're just looking for, do those work? Can we fit everybody into those timeframes? If not, we can move them around. We don't have to decide that today, but if you want to start signing up and those will work, we also want to guarantee that you get your visits in before our next session.
Glenn, can I make a suggestion?
Absolutely.
Can I suggest that we expand the tour to also include Area Y and the campground and the airfield?
We can do that.
It also doesn't have the golf or turf care on there. I forgot about that. Yeah. Thanks.
And we had already talked about that. That'll be,
Great.
We'll put that on there as well.
Good.
Might take a little bit longer, but we'll add another half hour to an hour, but we'll be able to do all those.
Bring your golf bag, Sonia.
What's the date of our next meeting, Glenn? AJ, wanting you?
For
That's what we have to decide here too. Yeah. And that's going to dictate when we got to get our tours, scheduled and done too. One thing I'd like to say about the tours.
It looks like late March.
Yeah. One thing I'd like to say about the tours is if you have the capacity to go on a weekday during working hours, I would greatly appreciate it if you could make that happen. There's a lot of people who work and there's some people who don't, and it'd be great if we could utilize staff's normal business hours for some of this so we're not increasing all of the time they need to be here on a weekend. Obviously, I know some people work, so as much as we can try and balance that as possible, I think we have a fairly good mix here of people who are working full-time and not, so.
So just let me cut in here. I'm retired, so I'm one of the candidates that can go during the week.
Awesome.
I'm a Wednesday.
Okay. So we got 3 or 4 already, so excellent. So my recommendation on the next meeting is that you give us at least 6 weeks. Gives you time to percolate, do your tour, and us to get ready. Both the committee and the staff to get everything ready so you have more time to prepare for the second one than you did this time, because again, we're getting into more detailed work when we get into session number 2. So you're looking at into April sometime if you did something like that, but I highly recommend you think about that.
April 10th, 11th weekend, maybe. We could also, if we wanted to, consider like 2 shorter meetings in an evening if that was something people would prefer as well. Does take a bit more coordination with all the other committees and stuff we got going on to get a meeting on a weekend or a weekday night.
Or AJ, might I recommend like one evening and then a shorter weekend period so you're splitting it?
sounds reasonable. So we're at 2:30. Should you and I just get together and put some tentative dates and schedules like we talked about, so we can reconsider those over email? That might be more productive.
Does anybody have any known conflicts with the April 10th, 11th weekend?
Just me.
You?
Yeah, I do.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we're going to be coming back from spring break still. But,
Yeah, spring break weekend, so it might be tough.
Okay, that's all right. So there we go. So third, fourth weekend, if we win a week earlier.
A lot of people will start their
That's
spring breaks.
That's Easter Sunday, so you may want to stay away from that weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're now to 3 and 4. So AJ, why don't you and I just go to work and do it that way? Then we can make sure everyone gets out of here today. So,
well, please monitor your emails. We'll try to put something together in that capacity.
Yeah. Sounds good. So you want to make a closing comment first, or do you want me to?
I'd just like to thank you, Glenn, for running us through this meeting. It was very great to sit here and just participate. And then just thank you, staff, for helping us get everything together. Thank you, Long Range Planning Committee, for getting us all the way to this point, and the Planning Task Force and Long Range Planning for helping build all the documentation. And I just want to thank the community for supporting us, and I think, they'll be very satisfied with the effort that's about to be undertaken. To highlight something that Linda said, this is, a big step in, bringing a member-driven focus that the community feels was lacking for a little bit. And so I think it's going to be great. And I appreciate all the hard work and time that everyone has put into this. And it was really great to get and to hear everyone's opinions and voices and everything today. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, then I will close and wrap here. And I will echo those sentiments. And I think you did some really great work today. You did set the foundation like we talked about at the beginning. You set the foundation for this process to be successful. Everyone did a great job, and thank you. And we'll see you at the next session and at the tours. And go enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
All righty.
Will do.
Motion to adjourn.
Aye.
Second.